in the flesh return. Come from Atlantis through the Imhotep step. Initiated as a god, earn my stripes in respect. It's the return of the gods. The world is a facade. Life is a dream. The American mirage. Indiana Jones in the rain of the lost ark. Whoa, for art, ancient arts. Watch the movie They Live. Roddy Piper. Blade is a classic. Do you believe in vampires? I am the original Willy Wonka. Welcome to my knowledge factory. Only God and goddesses allowed on my faculty. If you try to challenge me, Mortal Kombat fatality. I am the royal bloodline of the Anunnaki. Ladies say I'm handsome, they give me sloppy toppy. Good vibrations, turn up your frequency. Mario Brothers, eat a magic mushroom with me. Good vibrations, turn up your frequency. Mario Brothers, eat a magic mushroom with me. I'm surfing on the tidal wave, I'm swimming with the dolphins. I'm out of my sarcophagus, I'm releasing from my coffin. Thief from the police, overthrow the government. Eat a magic mushroom, that's the secret to the mothership. Yeah! With Jason we got the best smoke on the West Coast. You look for women on the West Coast. We like to ride on the West Coast. Like a round ride on the West Coast. Hands to the sky, black and brown pride in the sets again. Erase the color line. Much love to all my Mexicans. Our people have been here long before colonizers came. The devil slipping, blow out the pilgrims. Police still killing, black and brown brothers. They don't give a fuck. The mothership about to return and pick my people up. Watch me swim in gold like I am. Scrooge me up. Twinkle leafy, a spirit of California. Praise the ancient goddess, light up some marijuana. Roll up the tree, set fire to the ganja. The Frango is the Diablo, always starting problems. When I run color on this coast, guaranteed to text my blood. Activate my pyramids in California, in Mexico. UFO. We got the best smoke on the West Coast. You look for women on the West Coast. We like to ride on the West Coast. Like a round ride on the West Coast. All aboard! It is time to hop aboard my spaceship. As you are now tuned in to what is the Matrix. I'm your host, Jason Elm Street, master of the universe. And let's get straight with Bezos reveals that he has a set salary of $80,000, but still made $8 million every hour. So what are we doing, ladies and gentlemen, when Amazon says that they're ending the DEI, diversity, equality, and initiative? Here we're going. And then Target is ending the DEI, diversity, equality, and inclusion initiatives. And then Meta is deleting diversity, equality, and inclusion. So we're talking about the rich men in America letting you know that they are no longer going to hire black people. Because let's call it for what it is. When they say diversity, when they say equality, when they say inclusion, who do you think they are talking about? Because they're definitely not talking about people who look like them. But before we get this show started, I have some amazing co-hosts. So I'm going to bring in first my co-host, JoJo the Great.
How y'all feeling today, man? How y'all feeling?
Hey, brother. And as always, the beautiful oracle, priestess, Lana's elixir.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Yes, I will be in and out, y'all, because I got some elixirs to mix up. We got to heal. It's a lot going on.
Mm.
Let's go. Let's get it. Let's
So
talk about it, Jason.
what do you guys think about Amazon letting go of the diversity, equality, and inclusion programs? One of the biggest companies in the world saying we're not gonna hire you niggas.
I don't think it has anything to do with black people, to be real with you, brother Jay. I think
Oh,
realistically, no, seriously, I don't think it has done to do with Mexicans, blacks, or even the whites. I think that this is a disguise for this new artificial intelligence and robots. Amazon already has been implementing a lot of robots, and it's cheaper to maintain 1,000 than to pay 1,000. Y'all do the math. So if you getting rid of
but
the
what
DEI, then that means that diversity can really include white, it could mean black, it could mean anything, or it could just mean humans.
I would disagree with that. It for me, it
Black
definitely
people
is
too,
letting.
of course, but you know.
Yeah, but they're not talking about scaling back jobs. They're not saying they're going to cut back in this division yet. They're not saying human resources be stripped 10%, communication, security. No, they're saying specifically programs that were geared. So basically, when initiatives like this are even created, it's because there's a lack of. So when they say that a diversity program was initiated, what program even initiated for diversity and inclusion? That's because when there was investigations by scholars and doctors of education, they found out that these Fortune 5 companies were not hiring black people, and that 100%, less than 1% of these Amazon CEOs Black African American descent. And so then we have to question, is Black America strategically being defunded?
I mean, they are getting rid of that a lot of that school programs that are funded from a lot of that money and things like that. So that is kind of a conversation to talk about. I do know that Trio was a federally funded program that started in the labor union, actually. And it was basically to say that everyone has the rights to free and equal education. But then afterwards, as far as like the programs we're talking about defunding now, that would affect a lot. And that program in particular focuses on underprivileged and people, who really need the education. They provide for them backpacks, bring them on field trips, give them food, give them treats, give them free tutors. They have a whole program set up just so they can help those people who are in those positions. But with these programs being defunded and things like that, as far as on an annual budget on the government, it's going to affect a lot more people and black people in particular. But some of those trio students are, in every type of ethnicity.
Well, yeah, we talk about Donald Trump attempting to end federal aid. That's major. That's across the board. That's the police, that's fire department, that's education. Now we understand. Before I even get to talking, let's see a quote from Malcolm X when it comes to education. Education is an important element for the struggle for human rights. It means to help our children increase self-respect. Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. And like Malcolm X said, that it is foolish for so-called black people to send their children to white institutions, and then it's foolish for black people to listen to entertainers as their leaders. And here we are today. So what do you feel, Jojo, when it comes to the education system of Trump defund, basically are attempting to defund education? uh, I know he wanted to create charter schools and funding for charter schools, but overall, what do you feel we
when it comes to education reform, because I know that people can say there's definitely good things when it comes to ending the current education system or reshaping it, but it seems like there's a white supremacist agenda when it comes to erasing so-called Moorish and Black history and creating a new form of a story that's going to be taught to the future. So go ahead. I know I'm rambling.
I think to piggyback off of what Malcolm said, I forgot where the quote was, but it goes like this: the most cowardly action is when you close your eyes and all you're looking at is facts. And a lot of the facts going on in our reality right now is, yes, the education system does a lot of need of re-innovation, and it needs a lot of tweaks and things like that. But as far as erasing Black history, that has been a big problem since we started this Eurocentric type of education. But even within erasing our history, they also have blemished a large part of their own as well. So when it comes to the education system, we're really learning a favored type of narrative in the aspect of, we will talk about Black slavery, um, we will talk about the wars and the fight for emancipation and things like this, your Declaration of Independence. But these pictures that I sent to you early, as far as for those who do not know on the panel, this right here was a couple slides of white slavery. We usually talk about the Black, institution and things like that, but in a large part of histories, there was fragmented parts of white slavery as well, like the Barbary states, like the Haram and the Ottoman. And in these particular ones, it was where the white people were slaves to the Moors, they were slaves to the Africans, they were slaves to the Oyo tribe, to the Congolese. They were also tribes to what empire did I say? The Ashanti tribe as well. So within this parts of their history and this narrative that we push with this Eurocentric white supremacy, as I do agree, is a big, big, big fucking problem in our education system. Um, if we're going to defund these federal programs and things like that, it would loosen its chains on federal programs when it comes to gang violence. But then again, it's going to come with a lot of goods and a lot of bads. But we're not really going to know the final output until it's really, really complete. But in my honest, god awful opinion, I think that we're in that part of America where we're trying to make it a little less fucked up, but we have to do a lot of unique things to get there.
What do you feel, Lana? You were talking about PTSD when it comes to this. What?
Well, yeah, it sounds to me, attention to the news. So I just heard about all of these wonderful things that the y'all's president is doing. And it sounds like to me putting everything back the way it was, and it's true. People voted for him, I guess. It's whatever, but he's putting everything back the way it was. And it's kind of like if you take an onion, when it comes to therapy, when you're healing and you're going through counseling, usually a counselor, they're not going to just get straight to the point and say, okay, this is what your issue is. They're going to, it's going to take years for you to heal. Well, Donald Trump is literally stripping everything and bringing it right back to where it was from the very beginning. And everybody's thrown off because we're so used to having crutches. We're so used to, all these different programs, when in the beginning we had each other. We unified. We didn't rely on the government. We relied on each other to grow. And now we're getting to a place where we have to mandatorily unify right now, because you see what's happening. So it's either going to be we stick together, or they're going to be like, peace out. You guys are SOL. They can care less. Right? So we have to unify. And if we don't, the outcome is going to be nothing but a fear mongering, and people are going to suffer from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Since COVID alone, I mean, we've been going through events, I'm 47 and a half Gregorian years on this calendar, whatever, on this planet. We've been going through stuff, right? But since COVID, haven't these events just been traumatic? Like fires, you've got people sitting
fires, drones,
Yeah,
attacks.
I mean, I
Hey,
can't even
hold on,
name it.
real
There's
quick.
literally every day there's
Eggs.
something
You
happening, right?
cannot eat your eggs. You can't eat your lettuce. What's next? A
It's
virus?
just something every single day.
The
So
boogeyman.
that's PTSD. And how do you deal with that? Well, you're gonna have to do to deal with it. One, change the way you eat. I'm gonna say it again. One, change the way you eat. You're gonna have to work out. You're gonna have to journal. You're gonna have to stick together and unify with your tribe. You're gonna have to find your tribe because there's gonna be
real
a
quick,
split.
let me hop in real quick. Because I want to piggyback off of what Miss Lana just said, because that was a gift of gold for you guys as far as your livid. Your livid
Peace
really,
to the
really,
chat, by the
your
way.
livid
Go
really,
ahead.
really, really matters. But before we hopped on the call, Miss Lana, I was telling you, I said we all have these natural demons, right? And it's all about this PTSD she's talking about. See, your fear keeps you in that state of stagnation. Your trauma keeps you in that fear of ever progressing. Your guilt makes you feel guilty for trying to isolate. Then you fall into depression to where you become this hamster wheel, right? So these natural demons that you guys carry from day to day, this is another soft form of slavery, but this is mental slavery. The things that are keeping you in place and they're not allowing you to move forward. So when they give you this fear mongering she's talking about, it then is going to put you into that cycle I just said.
Let me read the definition of PTSD to see if anyone can relate. Okay. As PTSD is a disorder in which a person has difficulty recovering after experiencing or witnessing a terrifying event. The condition may last months with triggers that can bring back memory of the trauma, accompanied by intense emotional and physical reactions. Symptoms may include nightmares or unwanted memories of the trauma, avoidance of situations, back memories of the trauma, heightened reactions, anxiety, depression, mood. You can't sleep. Does this sound familiar? Treatments include different types of trauma-focused psychotherapy as well as medications to manage your symptoms. I don't believe in medications. I believe in holistic healing, which is what we're going to have to go back to ASAP Rocky.
And they trying to get that brother.
Other than
Mentioning
elixirs,
ASAP
what's some
Rocky.
good ways of holistic healing?
Like I mentioned, you're going to have to change the way we eat. The food that we eat is full of parasites. Those parasites are what we are battling right now. Those parasites are what you see in the sky when they're flying by on those planes, and you the stuff coming out of the planes. Those parasites, they go into the food we eat, go blood. We have to take control. We can't keep relying on somebody. That's why everybody's freaking out, because your crutch got taken away. Oh my God. Yes, you can. It's going to have to start day by day. And it's going to have to, slowly but surely, you're going to have to start stripping away the things that don't serve you well. Can't be lazy. You can't be lazy anymore. Gonna have to stick up and start, feet.
And another thing I'd like to add on as far as what she's talking about is for the panel, what you guys eat. Sometimes what you guys eat that has parasites isn't always physical in food. Sometimes it's a lot of the seeds that you guys plant in your minds, and it's really, really planting some dark, dark seeds, and it's keeping y'all from your greatness.
I definitely agree. I was about to say something.
So raw food as much as we can. You want to eat as many of your fruits, as many of your vegetables. Try to eat raw. I think I was telling Crib Jesus, what's up, Crib Jesus? I see you there. He was like, oh, I told him, I said, I went on fast, and I think it was longer than 4 or 5 months. It was a while. Jason is, you've seen it. So it's possible. You don't have to eat food. You can actually stick to the fruits, stick to vegetables, find your workout partner, go for long walks. That's the only way you're going to get rid of this stress and anxiety that they're bombard us with on purpose. This is an accident.
Well, there you go, because the community, like you were saying, we're stripped again because we've been bred and programmed to rely on them. We have Rouse, we have Stater Brothers, we have these grocery stores, we have these supermarkets and malls. So what they did is stripped us. Once we integrated, we no longer supported our own businesses. So the economic and the dollar that was circulating our community, whether it's the brother who was a painter, the brother who was a gardener, the sister who was a seamstress, a tailor, the brother and families who had farms. We had a community. So the moment we desegregated, it was a mental basically program put into our computer minds that white was better. And so going to their supermarkets was better. Going to their schools became better. And we lost a sense of family structure, community, which is relying on each other. So then with the fast foods and other things like that, it stopped us as families sitting down together, talking about our problems, getting advice from your grandmother, your father, brother. Even the neighborhood used to come together. Not too long ago, if you guys remember, your grandmother's houses, they didn't lock their doors. So that meant that there was less crime. There was less music like hip hop. There was less music like, hold on, brother. There was less music like hip hop, which was a theme for young Black kids growing up to be gangbangers, thugs, and also a theme of miseducation to the so-called Black woman, where she was being raised, she is worthless, that bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks by Snoop Dogg and all those rappers. So that was an attack. So right here in this picture, it says our own community, grocery, and then other products. But when we go into the so-called Black community, who owns those liquor stores now? Who owns those quickie marts? All the businesses within the Black community are not owned by Black people, and the majority of the businesses in the Black community serve us poison. So you see right here that it's a strategic plan to eliminate us. So as the final boss, the orange man, Donald Trump, like JoJo was saying, they're bringing out the robots to eliminate you.
Frozen.
Oh, let me finish this sentence. You niggas.
Squeeze of the orange juice. That was interesting. Y'all saw that. The last squeeze of the orange juice. Wait. The last squeeze of the orange juice is to take away your money and fun. The reason that they give you niggas Hollywood is because it allows you to think as a collective that you made it. So when you watch LeBron on TV, when you watch TV, when you watch these niggas dancing at the Super Bowl, you thinking you made it. You don't own team. You don't own the stadium. You don't own the jerseys. You don't own the pigskin on the football. You don't own the paint company that the sideline. You don't own the TV commercials. You don't own the you don't own the chips and the wire. Oh, wait a second, you do, because the chips and wires and the cobalt and the crystals and the minerals that are used to run all the electrical equipment come up out of Africa. You are being used as a battery to control someone else's dream. So as long as you go to their work, as long as you go to their churches, you serve their dream. It is time to separate mentally, physically, and spiritually. So this solution. And if you guys want to come on live, we see people in the chat. Much love to Robert Ivy, Will Justice, Equator 7, Jerry Blaze. Much love to Crip Jesus in the chat. Be sure to tune in every week, every day. So the impact of the boycott. Was this a strategic plan by the government to put Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King in power in a situation to create a timeline to Black people backwards. So the
Hold on, let me
impact
jump
of
in
the
real quick. Hold on,
boycott.
Jason.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm running back because I let you talk. Hold on. What he was saying about the food, what he was saying about the food and your guys' behavior. I'm gonna tell you guys a little funny little FYI. So there's a snail. It eats some bird shit. There's a parasite inside of the bird shit that it eats. That it goes into its belly, it goes out through its eyes, and it makes them swell up. It messes with its mind. It literally crawls up the tree where the birds can eat it, and the parasite affects its mind. The bird goes and eats it. The pesticide gets inside of the bird. A bird shits. It eats it again, and the cycle just keeps on going. It keeps on going. Right. I was in Hawaii. They don't lock their doors. They be leaving their keys in the ignition. They just be, oh, we just chilling. Da, 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 da. It's the food they eat, the vibration that they're at. They don't do the same shit that we do when you're in Los Angeles.
It's true. The vibration of the food, it's important. Those vibrations are everything. And that's why we have to high vibration as much as possible, because they are throwing all of the fireballs right now. Like they're throwing it in because they know their time is up. So they're trying to throw in as, keep us distracted as much, keep us in fear. Because I see everybody is flooding Facebook with, oh my God, we're going back to being slaves again. When were we slaves? I wasn't a slave. I am slaves, but you could be enslaved in your mind. That's for sure. So if you speak on it and you think the frequency you want to be on, then guess what? You're going to get exactly what you think is going to happen. Over here, we choose to vibrate high. We choose to make our own world. We choose to make holy days that we can come together with our family instead of coming together on the days they choose. They're doing on those days to harness your energy, like you're the energy that they want to harvest. No more. So yeah, it's going to take,
Your inner chi.
Inner chi.
CHI. Your chi, y'all. And that's your source. That's what they call the spirit, the Kamba, So keep going, sister. Exactly. Within your vessel, within your avatar, you have a chi. And those who control the matrix understand this science. They understand the science of the so-called human body and the matrix and how it works. So they manipulate us by distracting us with miseducation. So keep going, sister, with your education.
So I think we had a podcast before we were saying to unify and how important it is to get rid of the things that don't serve us well. So ladies, I like to wear weaves too sometimes. And I like to wear lashes once in a blue moon. But what happens when they start taking all that back? You're going to have to go back to your natural self. That's what I'm saying. This is going to get real. We ain't thinking about that. How you going to get your nails done? How you going to get your hair done? It's going to be, you're not going to be able to get a hold of it. So now you're going to have to learn how to reel it back. When you see us on the streets and talking to our sisters out here, ladies, when you see each other, don't look down on the ground. Give eye contact and let's say hi to each other. Give each other a hug. They taught us to hate each other. They taught us to compete against. We weren't like that before.
Well, look at this picture, sister.
Each other.
So what do you feel about this Gilded Age picture when we learned that there was a so-called Black elite in this country? And how do you guys feel how our grandparents used to dress compared to now? When we talk about self-respect, sexy red, we see sis going out in flip-flops. It's as if that our dress code, because a dress code, this is why Kanye West is trying to get people to understand the essence of controlling fashion, is because when I went to Africa, I understood that the moment I started wearing the Galabia, I started seeing the different respect and admiration. So when I came back to the United States and wearing my Galabia African garbs, I noticed how so-called white skin Asians, when I go into the different convenience stores with the so-called Hindus and Arabs, much love, they would show respect. People would bow down. But the moment I would start being dressed like a so-called Black American, the energy was different. Just like when you wear your fez. Lana, you know, when I wear my fez, what happens when I wear my fez?
Insane. Put the key, please. I am a witness to this. We went to Vegas. I had never in my life seen it before. These folks were stopping. These troglodytes, we were in the elevator one time, and he had his fez on. And this man was like 6'8". He was a huge troglodyte. This man couldn't look Jason in his eyes. It was almost like he wanted to bow down and call him God. I was like, oh my God. So I enjoyed hanging out with Jason, walking around with the fez, because I never seen so much power before in my life, honestly. Straight up.
Hey, real quick,
Because
let me
they
hop
know
in.
our history.
So real quick on that picture, you said, how do we feel about it? So today,
Yeah.
you guys on the panel. So I was working at the school, and I sat down with some Black kids, and I gave them 3 keys to success. I said, number 1 is your presentation. How you perceive yourself is how you view yourself, right? Your second one is your confidence. You have to be behind that. Your third one is your plan. Fast forward and put it all together. With all the stuff that we get put in our mind, and we say that you have to be successful if you could dunk a ball or if you can rap about some secular music, that takes away the confidence within the things that you are able to do, so you hide them. After you hide them, you're left empty, voidful, and then you start giving into these slave ass type of narratives, and you start giving into these slave ass type of gangbanging, and then you start giving into this slave ass type of music, like he's talking about Sexy Red. The girl on the right, I'm sorry, the Black queen on the right, look at her. She got so much power and she ain't showing an ounce of her shoulders. Black man ain't got no bandana around his neck, but we already know when shit hit the fan, you
Right.
finna get fucked up.
Because our grandmas and granddaddy used to carry shotguns and guns
Yeah.
and under their bed. Grandma used to be ready, be like, shit, somebody, they were ready.
And we
Loving but
feminize,
ready.
and,
There was
and we
dignity. There
feminize
was
the young man.
respect for each other. The way we ate was respect. The way we sat down, the way we communed, the way we broke bread. You know, we
Said, I love
started
you, mom.
celebrating the criminal lifestyle of the European because
Yep.
that's who they are as a culture, not as
And it's crazy
individuals.
because it's a very feminized way of thinking. When you think about your typical thug, you notice they're very reactive, they're sensitive, they're territorial, and they instigate a lot. I'm
That's
sorry,
because
Miss
hip
Lana.
hop was a homosexual.
Sag their
Go ahead,
pants.
JoJo. Hip hop was created to give overdrive of masculinity in the Black community. Then with the jail and prison culture, with the sagging the pants, you see how that, you don't see white kids sagging their pants like that. You don't see Asian kids sagging their pants. What is it with Black kids sagging their pants, showing their ass?
Wait,
It's embarrassing.
They
wait,
do it
wait.
too.
It's
And it's
disgusting.
lower. Hey, I've seen dudes walk with the pants to their kneecaps, and I'm like, yo, that's not cute. And don't try to holler. Don't try to holler at someone. I will tell you about yourself. Girls, you should be doing that. Don't let these fellas walk around in that pants. That's not cute. That's not swag.
But at the
That's
same
not
time,
cute.
it's really unfortunate because when we look at the narrative of Black success and we see Trippy Red, Little Uzi, Jay-Z, and we see them sag their pants, in our mind, we still looking for that little leeway to be accepted. And that's another feminine thing. You're looking into a society for that validation. Men
There you
now,
go.
90% think with their feelings. We didn't used to think with our feelings. We used to think
Nope.
with thought. Now, most of these men, when they start a sentence, they say, I feel like, man, these niggas, I feel like this bitch, I feel like,
It's the food.
it sounds like a rap record. So they say, I feel so much to where you start to think like, damn, if you think with your feelings and she thinks with her feelings, you provoke your provocations of violence and doing all this other stuff. I mean, dude, that has damaged a whole entire generation alone with that hyper feminism with sagging your pants to your knees, and then you got to wear gym shorts underneath
Man.
so your underwear don't
It's
show.
this. You guys see the picture? It's the hip hop agenda created by the government and CIA to destroy the minds of black men so they remain baby boys. Like, you guys remember the movie Baby Boy?
Baby boy.
Watch watch the beginning. The professor's basically saying how the so-called black culture creates a situation to where most black boys never become men. So when you
Jody.
guys watch all these rappers in their interviews, they be dressing, talking all like kids. It's to make black men not focus on buying land to open up businesses. It's made to make black men think that a gangbanger and a thug is more profitable than being an educator. And then when they allow millions of dollars to certain celebrities and shown on TV every day, but besides a teacher or a professor, then young black boys will say, shit, I might as well be a rapper. But what comes with being a rapper for the most part? Disrespecting yourself, disrespecting your community, not eating correctly because there's no diet in hip hop. So basically, to be a gangbanger and a thug. So in reality, black kids start robbing each other, start killing each other, start doing bad stuff in their minds because they've been convinced by being evil and wicked, it bettered their chances of being popular in the black community, which betters their chances to get money and get a record deal or be accepted.
Man,
That's what we're dealing with.
they
to
did a
where
number
The
on
craziest
us.
part is,
So-
Jason, look, they wear these chains, and these chains are the ones we've been fighting. And you go fight your life to go try to get that contract. You just literally bought yourself your own slave ticket and bought the chain as a trophy. Talk about a slave fucking mentality. You literally
Oh, we're
fight.
gonna
Go ahead, Jason. I'm sorry. I was
no, go
tripping.
ahead. No, keep
You
going.
you fight all this time, and you say that we want to be free. We want our land back. We want this. We want this. But the main thing that you're going to defend with the honor of yourself is putting diamonds on the chain that you literally were put inside of, and that's a trophy to the black man. A
So
chain.
that's the
That's
miseducation of the
Mm.
Negro. Look at the picture, JoJo. You see a
she wearing
chain
that.
over both of our minds, our mother's minds, who is the first teacher. Right? So if our mothers are teaching us to worship a so-called white man as God, therefore she sends us to school where we learn that the white man enslaved you, that your people sold each other. So basically it teaches you to hate yourself. It
Jason.
teaches you to not love yourself. So go ahead.
Jason, listen.
Hey.
So Gus's dad, right? Gus's dad told me some crazy shit. You know Gus, right? Jefferson, right? So
No,
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know.
Gus.
he tells me, he was like, bro, it came out the OG's mouth. I said, why? What's up with the white Jesus? He said, literally, what they did is they took that what they had, and in the churches, literally, they would push that white Jesus on us so hard. He was like, at first, we didn't buy into that shit. We thought about it. White man ain't gonna accept us, even beating us down for war. He was like, at first, we thought about it, but then we started thinking about it, and it kind of sounded like promising. So after we bought into the promise, we knew he wasn't that color, but still, like we do with everything, like chitlins, we in our mind painted it whatever color we meant. We said it wasn't about color no more, but it always has been. So when his dad, he learned that, he passed it down. So then when that continuously ran down generation to generation to generation, that white supremacy really was taught by the grandfather unintentionally. And he even said it. It's a generational
Well, look
curse.
at this picture right here. It goes to call the Reconstruction era, JoJo. It's when they reconstructed history, which is the story of reality, right here. So who do you see in the middle? You see the so-called white woman like you see today as your first teacher outside of your mother. For the most part, I'm speaking on West Coast. I know some of y'all live down south where it's black, but your curriculum still based off of what the middle is trying to show you. So when we talk about the Reconstruction era, this is the perfect example of a congregation of black people, children, grown men and women looking up to this white woman as basically the all being, introduce them into so-called white society, which is the mind first. You have to get the mind of a person. You can beat a person down, but once you get the mind, and then to the left, you see the brothers now uh, trying to vote for the system. You know, their land just got taken away. Now they're being taught this history, so now they want to participate in the so-called European system, way of thinking, way of thought. You know, and right, the first so-called black man who was allowed to speak, he thought was freely, was the preacher. That was the first job, and that's why you see preachers today, not all but preachers get so much money because they learned it from the past to where that was a job, to hustle. And so that's how they tricked us. They tricked us through the Reconstruction era.
Do you remember
Very hard.
that last billboard you had, or slide on the last slides? It was the Samuel Jackson when he was leaning over. It was really funny
I
because
could pull that up.
a
Go
deeper
ahead.
a deeper conversation into that one little photo was, see, Samuel Jackson really didn't have any power, but the white man looked at him and he was like, listen, you're a good boy, so we're going to let you be in charge of a little bit. We're going to let you sort the niggas. We're going to let you pick the niggas. We're going to let you even come and watch the niggas fight. We're going to let you do all the stuff we can do, but we're not going to treat you like us, right? So Samuel Jackson, then at that time, he didn't have so much of little of nothing that he actually assumed to the position, and he hated niggas more than the white man himself. He looked at Django on that horse and he was more offended than the white master was. His face turned red, his anger grew, his chill started to grow, and he looked and he said, "Who, you see that nigga on that nag? Who that nigga on that nag?" And he was like, "Who's that nigga on that horse?" For the people who don't know what a nag is. It was the black man on the horse, meaning like the white man gave him a little bit. He seen a real man who had a lot of it, and that tore him apart. It made him go back to the white man and almost beg for him just to kill him so he don't give no ideas to the other niggas. And he literally
And that's what we're
became
dealing with today, right, JoJo?
exactly. So he then became the police officer for the niggas. They didn't need a police officer. They didn't need a white person over there on a horse. All they needed was to do was give that nigga a little bit of power, and look what had came with that.
What do you think about that, Linus?
Oh, I was looking at this slide right here of this man. What is this Detroit pastor? I saw that yesterday, that speech he did, Let It Ring. And I remember I don't know if it was last week or the week before that, but we were talking about Martin Luther King, and I forgot to mention that me of like a what do you call it? A spell. Because I think we had to memorize that speech in school, if I'm not mistaken, right? Let freedom ring from the mountaintop. And then he was in these different cities in this speech that he did. Do you remember talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just, when you pop that up, I just remembered it. Like, oh my God, I got to talk about that on the podcast today, because when he was saying it, he was so passionate, right? And so I'm like, this dude is calling something down. Listen to how he speaks. To me, it feels like it's like a spell. That speech.
It is. That's what
Am I tripping?
they roll these.
Okay.
No, you're not. They roll these sellout so-called Negroes out to on the black population all the time, like your Al Sharptons, your Reverend Jesse Jackson. Now you see the black guy Crunk. Everywhere there's something, he pops up as if there's only one black attorney in the United States. You guys don't see it. That anytime you see that Crunk guy, that's a planned event. There's just, I mean, how many places can you be? Even when you see Al Sharpton all the time,
Right?
let's
For
pull
real.
him up again. you know, and that's why they had to get rid of people like Tupac and with Snoop Doggy Dogg. When you guys talk about the homo thug, you know, DOT, all that stuff, it's
Sugar.
thug stuff to get rid of the real dogs, the real brothers who stand for something, who stand on, and standing on business isn't killing your brother. Standing on business is uplifting your brother and sister. So they get rid of Tupac Amaru Shakur, and when you look at the medallion in the middle of his chest, it was for euthanasia. Euthanasia was the name of his record label under Machiavelli. So now we talk about a brother who's talking about books, because you're going to have to learn about Machiavelli, the real person. Then we talk about why he started stressing Amaru. Why did Tupac start saying Tupac Amaru? Because he knew one day we would start talking about the Amarukans, where you get the word Americans from. So a Moroccans, a Mericans, a Mary, because we are the people of Ta Mary. And this is when you can start learning about Kemet, because there's a Ta Mary in what they call Egypt. And this is when you learn when they say Ta Mary or Egypt of the West, because through etymology, through sculpture, we can prove that we are intergalactic people in a worldwide civilization. So when we talk about Egypt, Kemet, and Tamare, we're not just talking about one landmass. We're talking about an education system, a school of thought, a school of what we learn. The word thought comes from Tahuti or the Jed, the Jedi, you know, and so it really gets fun, y'all. So when we talk about brothers like, and then we look at Martin Luther King, the Civil Rights Act signed in history today, July 2nd, 1964. And here you see this one brother shaking hands with these so-called European men, and that lets you know, y'all, that our people were led into a burning house. Much love. But when we talk about civil rights, what is the difference between civil rights and human rights? Anybody on the panel want to jump in?
What'd you say? Sorry, I'm grabbing. I got people to heal. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
On that. We
Are you frozen?
So right here, no, okay, they kept doing it. And so where do human rights and political views overlap? Human rights are basic fundamental rights promised to us in our U.S. Constitution. Human rights should never be debated, as we all have our individual freedoms granted to us. Political views are formed through our individual experiences and political should be debated how our local, state, and federal government respond to foreign relations. So what do you guys think of human rights versus civil rights? And have you thought about that?
I think that human rights and civil rights are disguised.
Speak louder, please.
I said I think human rights and civil rights are both just disguised. It's like an entendre, but it's really the same thing, because when you're talking about trying to put some civil rights or trying to govern the wellness of me as a person, it makes me a piece of property. It makes me something that you can negotiate with the wellness of how I'm treated, with how I can walk into a building. So, I mean, it's inhumane to even really have civil rights, but if we're really going to separate the two, we should all be treated like humans, give or take. But I mean, man, how are we going to make civil rights against things we don't even really enforce? We all know you black, you get pulled over by the police. There's probably let's say a 43% chance you're going to get Swiss cheesed. I mean, that's not like
I agree,
crazy.
Ben Frank.
That's not a crazy synopsis, but the reality is.
Well, the people in the chat are saying that human rights and civil rights are two completely different things, brother, because that's what Malcolm was talking about. Malcolm was trying to stress, like the brothers in the Nation of Islam, we're showing you the difference between Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, when Dr. King is over here stressing civil rights when we should have been stressing human rights, which would have led us to sovereignty. You feel me?
But
I see.
again,
I
but
see.
again, what I'm saying is, within that sovereignty, within that independent body of you just being within yourself, and someone comes up with this magical idea to put some type of constitutional governance on your civil well-being, I think is rather unjust. I do know it's two separate things, but I'm saying how it's applied within the modern society is treated as if though it was the same body.
It's because we don't know our human rights, brother. If we were raised knowing our human rights, like when you see videos of brothers getting pulled over and they start splatting off laws and all these numbers, and the cops be like, call your superior. Well, it's because you know your rights. And then so with the human rights, that leads us to eventually outside. Because for me, I say we are not humans. Truly, for me, we're extraterrestrials. But that's talk.
3/5 man.
Okay, go ahead. But what can we do before we get to the extraterrestrial alien talk to prove, I say, our Moorish identity? An actual nation that is recognized with the flag by the United Nations and a government through words like Mur, Mary, and more, that we can use these words and symbolism that eventually we can move as sovereign people on the land, not citizens, but sovereign and free. But when enough of us don't practice our soul, are continuously labeling themselves as black people, like we're about to talk about Black history in a few, that strips us of our Moorish history that predates the word black. Even if we could start saying black or Moor, because then people say, well, what is a Moor? And then we get into detail, because every time someone black says what is a Moor, it's an opportunity to educate our people on who they are. And we can prove through literature, through statues in Europe. So the point of what you were talking, white slavery, Jojo, goes into the Moors, right? So then it goes to our freedom, because the so-called white people understood that they're not white. And that's actually a word used to enslave their minds as well. If they believe in a spirit or God and they're trying to advance or gain a soul, they should want to know the truth, right? And then same with so-called black people, think of themselves as less than, that they came as slaves through the transatlantic slave trade, not understanding their Aboriginal, indigenous, Mer, or Moorish heritage right here. And when our ancestors, or you in your past life, enslaved pale Europeans, but we might not say enslaved, we would say in attempts to civilize them. Because when you're bringing people out of a cave and it with over their body, no language, no religion, no fruits like Lana speaks on, without minerals, without a lack of melanin, they vibrate on a different frequency. So we really have to study, I would say, human rights, Jojo, because that is an opportunity that'll lead us out of the burning house, step by step,
But hold on. My response is, with them coming up with civil rights, with the complex idea that we're 3/5 human, already means that it's going to be kind of fucked up, right? Because you're taking black people, which the government looked at you at the time as 3/5 man, so they're not looking at you like a human. So when you're talking about human rights, that really is a new concept we really started to actually experience within the last century or two, as far as being treated, how we are treated, where we can at least go to the store and not be called a nigga. Well, your homie gonna call you and say that, but my
that's
point
a
is,
short period of time too, though, because
it's a very, very short period of time.
If you're talking about white slavery, then we have to talk about so-called Europeans, pale-skinned Europeans have only been in power for a few hundred years.
I agree.
Literally.
I second
And that's the key to where the time spell of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, matter of fact, my research is showing that they changed the dates on us to change the time, to put us in a time loop. So it's not 2025. you know, and so
But
they
to
can
slow down,
change
but to
the
slow down and
numbers.
go back to that, to what we were talking about, like the
Okay, so
white
natural
slavery.
rights. So what do you think of the picture right here, Jojo? Natural rights granted by nature. You get them by being a human. Life, liberty, pursuit of property, pursuit of happiness, pursuit to practice one's culture or religion. But go ahead.
Well, I'll respond to the panel first. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of property is everything on the right. If you have life and you have liberty, you have the right to say whatever the fuck you want and do whatever you want and trial your jury and vote and do all that. That's what I'm trying to say. I understand they're two different things, but within just your natural rights, these are all things that are God given. So to put a system to say that it's optional whether you do deserve it, to say I do deserve it is to say that I never had it. But I did have it the whole time because I already have life, liberty, and pursuit of property. If I don't
How can you
participate in the
prove it?
government,
If you it,
if I don't participate in the government's affairs, say I lived on an island by myself, I can do what I want, I can say what I
but
want.
that's pipe dream. Let's talk realistic for people watching the show. What we can do
When
as
in
a collective.
realistically, liberty, life, and liberty and pursuit is things that you just
That we
have.
the people. Is that we the people then?
Who is a
Which
we
is
the
in the
people?
Constitution. We the people. There you
I
go. And that
understand.
goes into the Iroquois Confederacy, to where we start. I believe we have a picture even of brothers in what we call Congress during this time before Reconstruction. Go ahead.
No, but back to my final and conclusion to what we were talking about as far as human rights and all that. As a human,
Damn it.
dude, we should be able to do whatever we want, and there should really be no governance to be able to say, all avoidable as far as murder and stuff like that. But as far as like liberty and right to vote and stuff like that, like I say, to tell us that we need a civil rights to be able to do those things, we already created those things. We created the currency, we created the government, we created, dude, we did everything. We didn't need those civil rights because that right there was our God-given rights. We already had life, liberty, and our property. We were fine.
So then, once again, that would mean that Dr. King pushing the civil rights movement led us more into a burning house in a way of thinking, which we're in today with Donald Trump, to where we no longer have our own farms. We no longer have our schools and education systems to raise ourselves up. But also, JoJo, what do you think of this picture right here? The new era, you see us as, the original farmers teaching everyone how to farm in the Americas, but the
If you've ever
Europeans
played the
shaking each
game,
other's hand. But do you see how they look different? Although they're both pale skinned Europeans, it's clearly showing you that there's a difference. And this is when those who are so-called white can wake up and realize that they're so-called enslaved as well. And that's to where we can unify under that as we the people, erasing white and black and seeing that we're in a matrix hologram in a system that is ciphering all of our energy.
let me piggyback that real quick. Can you pull up that slide of the Bulgari um,
Yes.
picture real quick so I can explain that? So you guys, the harem, the Ottoman, and
And don't forget, we got to get into the Nazis and all that
yeah,
linking, because
and this
this is
one
all going to link up to
and
all
the
this, y'all.
current one that I'm talking about right now, you guys, are all parts of the white history to where um like the slavery of the Barbary state, that really was like an orgy of slavery. The Christians were selling to the Muslims were selling to the Christians. The blacks were getting the Europeans were getting blacks, Mexicans. It was literally like a triage. If everyone was just selling, it was an economical time. It wasn't necessarily just based upon um, skin color. And the treatment, if you guys have never ever read up or did research, the white woman, if she was a slave, they would dress her down so that she was able to be identified as a slave rather than a free woman. And that's a part of their history that they do not tell you. So mind you,
Real
at,
talk, Will Justice, exactly. We keep going, but I'm looking at the chat, JoJo. So
um,
Ben Franklin saying how the Nazis rocked the swastika, and the swastika was stolen. And we talked about that last episode, because the swastika can be found in Riverside County, Brother Will Justice. So we're going to get into that in a little bit with the Nazi connection, because we're going to connect Trump. When you go look at his grandfathers and the Bushes, you're going to learn that it's all connected to the Nazis, which is connected to the Rockefellers, which is the education system, the CIA, which is the media. And so the CIA has to govern certain films that we see, which is connected to, you know, who, the Jews who run Hollywood. So isn't that coincident that there's always Nazi films, even though the Jews run Hollywood? It's because they play on that timeline to erase this Moorish history. Because the moment we talking about how we sold so-called white women, or the European sold his own woman to Moors, and that the word Mia Moor came because so-called white women or pale-skinned European women would run to the Moors because they said that the so-called white man would treat them horribly, beat them, and all these things, and that they were treated better. And then when we study the so-called stories of the white slaves, many of them, and the majority, say when they were given Islam, which was a diet or a live, a way to eat, a way to think, and when they started learning geometry, different sacred sciences, that they wanted to stay in Islam and they didn't want to be Christians. And so that's what they fear as well. So when you see those people in the Middle East, y'all, those aren't the original people of that land. That's Africa. So when you go to Egypt, Iraq, Iran, and all these places, the original Arabians are dark-skinned, woolly-haired people. The people there are the Europeans who wanted to stay and practice Islam, who are going to war with the troglodyte, pale-skinned Europeans who want to practice Christianity to get people not on a certain diet to live, who don't want structure, who want you to be overruled by robots and AI. And then when they come with the extraterrestrial beings that are ruling over you and to trap you, it's a wrap. Because then they're going to be telling you that their goal is to save your soul and your consciousness inside a computer. Because people won't even know that they're inside a computer game, a matrix hologram. So that's why they hide. They were white and they were slaves. The untold history of enslavement of whites in early America. But before you start getting busting, JoJo, let me show you this, y'all. Because me and JoJo were talking about this. I want everyone to type in, go on YouTube, they even have them, the infant incubators and the Cabbage Patch Babies. Go look up the Cabbage Patch Babies and the Nazis. Go look up the Odd Fellows and the Cabbage Patch Babies. Once again, go look up the Odd Fellows and the Cabbage Patch Babies. And I want you to then look up the orphan trains. Go look up the orphan trains, and then you'll learn infants and incubators, that those who you would call pale-skinned Europeans, many of them were created and cloned and built and formed in incubators to populate America. This is where many of them came from as well. So right here, y'all.
All right, hold on, go back, because I know we'll keep going.
Okay, I know. Go ahead.
Go back. So to finish off what I was saying to everybody,
and then don't forget, we got to talk about how
black narrative. And mind you guys, when we're talking about white slavery, this was pre-slave Atlantic trade. So with that being said, at that time, black slavery was then institutionalized, where white slavery was fragmented. It happened in a lot of different times, but it did happen often. Believe it or not, there was a lot more white slaves than ever really was reported, as far as in our case. But in America, evidently, historically, and in a favorite narrative, you understand why they're not going to tell you that. But if we're going to say who really is the bad person, who's this, I said it in the last panel, white people have deviated from their spaceship. So a lot of their histories to where they came from, yes, and the places where they came from and the things that they have seen within every single one of those experiences, mind you, they just abandoned it. So this white slavery that we're talking about also affects them to this very day. while they bought into the slave idea that they are the superior whatever race. Da 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 da.
Jojo, what does it say right here? America's 1815 war against the pirates of where?
North Africa.
Wow. What year? How close was that? 1815. And you were asking me Barbary, because barbers and the word Berber are synonymous, because we were barbers, and we would clip their hair along with us, taught them how to shave, taught them cleanliness, because we learned about Europe. But go ahead, Jojo.
No,
So basically, I was showing you guys this book. The end of the Barbary Terror was to show you how close the Europeans in America were fighting Moors recently. So this is to show you why they don't show you the history of white slavery in America and throughout the world, because it changes your reality. And like Lana says, perspective, especially what's going on when we start getting into the Nazis. But go ahead, Jojo.
No, that was pretty much it. I digress. I guess my final conclusion on that is free information. White folks, you was a slave too, and the Moors had the Europeans women as sex slaves. Well, food for thought for
that's where you guys learn the word Mac. So when you guys remember when pimping was real big, what did they used to call brothers outside of a pimp? They would call him a Mac. That's where you get the word Macklemore. And so where you get Europeans with the last name MC, Mick, or Mac, that's because they were slaves of the Moors, because the word slave comes from the word Slavic. That's why we teach that we were never slaves. We were enslaved, because truly us as Moors and Moors are prisoners of war on our own land. So once we start saying that we're prisoners of war, people say, what do you mean prisoners of war? Well, learn the word America.
And also, people, I want you guys to go write this down. Go do research on the Children's Crusades. You're welcome.
And so Kawanja Rakev L is chiming in. He says Berbers was a name given by Greeks that was barbarians. And we learned that barbarians and Tartarians. So the word barbarian was demonized as well to hide civilizations that had advanced technology. But he said barbarians, it's an insult that has nothing to do with Berbers whatsoever. I'm amazing we don't take that word lightly. So thank you for chiming in, Kawaja Rakeb El Shamesi. So we are here at the Matrix University to learn and build with one another, to sharpen each other's swords. So for those who are listening, let's study the word Berber and barber, or barbarians, and then look up the word Tartarian. So look up Barbaria and Tartaria, and then remember the cartoons, Hanna-Barbera. And what were the Hanna-Barbera cartoons all about? He-Man, Masters of the Universe, all these futuristic cartoons where they're fighting the serpents and robots. It's because the robots and the AI have already been here, y'all. This is nothing new. And that's when we start getting into the pyramids and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Jojo, you were speaking on that last week. So when we get into the Raiders of the Lost Ark, we always find Indiana Jones searching for ancient indigenous artifacts. So why do you think that they always show the Nazis, and then in Raiders of the Lost Ark, the word raider, we talk about tomb raiders first. So we talk about a group of Europeans and people who will go around the world stealing our ancient artifacts. So that's why when we go throughout different museums, people don't go to see European artifacts in these museums. They go to see our ancient artifacts. This is why it's time for us to come together and unify so we can get our artifacts back, which they would say are probably weapons. So, yes, the loss of the Ark of the Covenant, proof of advanced technology. So, right here, y'all, I want y'all to look how close this is. Look at in the middle of the Ark, and you see the European trying to be a pharaoh. You guys notice that? He's literally dressed as a pharaoh. And who are the so-called original pharaohs? The Moors and the Moors, the Nubians, the gods, the melanated people.
Oh, is that
So
Maya?
right, well, those are the wings of Mayat.
Okay.
Balance, right, sister? You want to go into that real quick as you juice
Oh,
with Mayat?
yeah. Balance. We have to balance out those demons and those angels that we have. We have two sides to us. So at some point we have to come together and balance ourselves out. You know, being honest with ourselves, holding ourselves accountable. You know, there's a lot of folks that blame. We don't want to say, okay, I was wrong, so let me fix that. You know, we blame too much. So part of balance is just basically changing the way you live. It is holding yourself accountable.
What is
That's
a raider?
basically-
Will Justice asked. The raiders were the raiders of the lost art. The raiders were those who went inside the tombs. The raiders are your modern day archaeologists. So Indiana Jones was a professor. He was a CIA agent. He was a double agent because Indiana Jones is at the beginning, he's teaching in the classroom, right? But yet he's always getting summoned by a man in a suit to say, hey man, the Vatican needs this done, whoopty whoop. And then they send him on an adventure and he's always going against the Nazis. So it's showing you that while they distract us with all these other things, they're after our ancient artifacts, which is advanced technology, y'all. So when we understand that our ancestors had advanced technology, that's going to not want us to go to their school system. So when Trump and these people are taking away the school systems, this is why they did not want us to have our community for this day when we need each other, when we can start using our ancestors' knowledge, whether it's Islam, the Moors, the Moors, Mesoamerica, ancient Tamaray, Egypt, Noble Drew Ali, Garvey, Malcolm, Dr. York, all these great, Larry Hoover, Jeff L, you know, all these greats that we can start bringing in together to answer how to get up out of this maze. So when we show, once again, the Raiders of the Lost Art, you see in the background the hieroglyphs. It's all about us, y'all. They're worried about us finding our stuff, but clearly we can't touch the Ark of the Covenant that they're saying physically. So therefore, that means it's in the mind. Therefore, that means that we can make contact with these higher celestial thoughts and activate these machines soon, because clearly they're holding them for a reason. Clearly they're hiding these things for a reason from us. So when we see that they're enacting us as a pharaoh in the middle, that means that us, you as a god, you as a high intelligent being, the most intelligent beings on the planet, were doing this. You were the creators of this, and clearly you knew how to harness it. And that's why they're robbing and stealing. That's why they're going through all the sarcophaguses, trying to find your ancient technology, trying to get off the planet. Meanwhile, they're distracting you with all of these things right here. So here we see the secret king, the myth and reality of Nazi occultism. So right here, we see all these sacred geometry symbols that we find in Egypt, that we find in Sumeria, that we find in Mesoamerica. This would be considered the black sun to the right. So in occults, they teach that the sun that you see, that so-called red and yellow, actually is in front of what they call the black sun. So if you've ever sun gazed before, you'll start seeing a ring around the sun, and some of us will start seeing a black sun, almost like an eclipse. So therefore, some say that that sun is in front of something, and that also might be a generator or holding up the matrix hologram in a certain way. So once again, advanced occultism, which we learn the Nazis control the education system. We learn about Hollywood. We learn about the foods. We learn about NASA. So therefore, the Nazis have the majority of our people and society under a spell. And this is what Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Dana White of USC, Meta, Amazon, Jeff Bezos are basically doing is this white supremacy's final act to get people get lost emotionally in the matrix, to give into the matrix with AI, when in all actuality it is time to leave. We're supposed to be using this information and knowledge of the occult that they hide from us to empower ourselves. So this is why they tell us not to study the Nazis. This is why they teach us not to study Adolf Hitler, because you would eventually question yourself, why did a so-called white man go around killing and murdering another group of so-called white people? So when I was in college, I had roommates who were fascinated with the Nazis, and they would study, we would argue, but eventually I started going to the library and getting stacks of books on the Third Reich, Adolf Hitler, and started learning about the Holocaust and all these things, because some people say that the Holocaust did not exist to the level that they say they did in Hollywood, and it was done to create a false timeline to make their Bible and their Torah come true. And so when we learn about the Nazis, once again, who were their enemies? The so-called European Jews. So when we look at the swastika that's counterclockwise, the swastika was originally counterclockwise, which represents celestial events, which we get the word Abraham from. So when you see Christians talk about Abraham like a physical person, and they bring these biblical characters to life in their minds, they're under a spell, not knowing that Ab, like Ab soul, Abraham. And all that is about constellations, and that'll take you to India, that'll take you to the Hindus, that'll take you to the Moor science and to Mesoamerica. It'll take you to prehistoric times. And what is prehistoric times? It's when the so-called pale-skinned European did not rule. It's when we had advanced civilizations all throughout the planet and then beyond. And this is what the Nazis were fascinated with. They were fascinated with ancient cultures that they did not build. So their goal was to create a false narrative to where pale-skinned Europeans, called the Aryans and the Aryan nation, were supreme. And that's what they're doing today. They were chipping away at it slowly, just like they chipped away at the nose, at the Sphinx, the lips around Kemet, and statues in India, and Angkor Wat, in Mesoamerica with the Olmec statues, all throughout the world. That was done by the Nazis, the Catholic Church, all of that done to erase your legacy, to erase your past, to erase your past life of you already pre-existing before him. Therefore, if you existed before him, you are God. You are a descendant of what they call God. Your arm, your leg, your arm and head is a representation of an intelligent group of beings that were able to create this avatar made of atoms, photons, and neurons that communicated when you ate certain fruits and vegetables, when we communicated with each other. And this is why we're dying. This is because we're going into the world of the neo-Nazis. And this is what we're dealing with, is because they found the technology to create the AI. They found the technology to reverse engineer our ancient robots. Don't think for one moment that a pale-skinned European has just gotten out of the cave and all of a sudden he's able to build a computer. Don't think that Captain Caveman for one moment was able to build those pyramids. They stole your information and they're using technology, misinformation to distract you. So if you die in the matrix, not obtaining a certain amount of knowledge, certain degrees of information, if you die here physically, you cannot graduate. And that's what they're doing. They're snatching your soul, which is your consciousness, because your consciousness is infinite. You are an infinite consciousness being. But if they can teach you that you are finite, if they can teach you that there's only hell and heaven, and that you have to follow a certain rules and regulations of thought, then they trap you in a box, a cube, a three-dimensional cube way of thought, which is a dimension. And then they'll give you time, just like time in prison. That's why they say you're serving time, because there's no such thing as time. Time is created by man. So when we start learning about the cult rituals and symbolism, we learn about the magic mushroom. We learn about ayahuasca, but then we learn about acid. Then we learn about how the CIA used pharmaceutical drugs with the Nazis. And this is when we learn about crystal methamphetamines, and that Hitler was giving crystal meth to the Nazis. And then eventually they created the pharmaceutical industry created by the Nazis to distribute drugs to the American population, to get them addicted to drugs. And so now we see a what? Opiate addiction. We see a pharmaceutical drug addiction. Problem solution. Now we're learning about the poisons in the food, the poisons in the sky. We're learning about the education system. We're learning that people who look like us ain't us. They not like us. So right here, when you look at the Nazis and the occult, this is what they're pushing, and this is actually what we're living in. We're actually living in the time loop when Hitler did win World War II, but it was a silent war. So instead of telling the world, we won, what is the best way? Like they say, the best trick is for people to say that the so-called devil doesn't exist, that there's just a God. So when it comes to the Nazis and Adolf Hitler, it was perfect to teach the public that the Nazis lost the war, when in all actuality, the Nazis infiltrated the American society, secret societies, and here we are today. We're dealing with the Nazis showing their fangs right here. So what do you guys feel about that, JoJo and Lana, when it comes to your elixirs and solutions? Are these Nazis, in your experience in Southern California with Nazis, like American History X? Because I think through hip hop, Black people have forgotten what time it really is, and that we're dealing with a group of racist people who ran around murdering our ancestors not too long ago.
Not too long ago.
And now it's this lovey-buddy. But go ahead.
I remember when we moved to Fontana, because we lived in Pasadena, California. We moved to Fontana, and I remember Riverside was across the hill. And they always would talk about the KKK being there. We used to have riots at my junior high school at Alder in Fontana. They had riots. I was like, oh my God, where did we move to? That's what I thought. Like, where did we move to? They used to shut the school down because of riots.
Yes,
between the blacks against the whites and the Mexicans. And yeah, it was a mess. Yes. So I remember that. So like you said, it wasn't that long ago. And so we should really realize, if it wasn't that long ago and we can remember today, we're not that old. It should give an eye opener to everyone. Like, it's real. It's not, they say, oh, racism is done. And no, it's not. And it probably never will be, because that's not what they intended to be. They want division.
Well, that's That's why they got rid of rock and roll and heavy metal and all that and went underground with their way of life. Because you got to remember, they were getting so braggadocious. They were cutting, they're doing blood rituals, whether they said it was real or not. The Ozzy Osbourne faking like he bit the head of a bat off. You know, all when you guys remember in the 80s, the death metal bands with the pentagrams, and they were opening up portals because they knew how to play certain guitar strings, and they were talking to demons like, you remember? Then the Marilyn Mansons were coming, and so they were showing their fangs, and then all of a sudden, Marilyn Manson, they were like, oh no, this is too much. And then they came with hip hop. And then hip hop became the death metal. Hip hop became the new Satanist music because it was the same record labels, the same owners that ran death metal and that Nazi power music are the same people who created hip hop. And what is hip hop today? JoJo?
Shit, death metal, just in a more fashion tone. It still makes you do the same thing. Like
What
that,
do you?
it was crazy. Like that Travis Scott, that Travis Scott thing that happened a year and a half ago. You know, It's just like that type of vibration, man. It fuck you up. It make you just want to go rage out, make you want to crash out and act a fool. As far as all that other stuff you said, I have no comment. That was a lot. My mind's processing that. Not that I can't speak on it, but I'm just like, you kind of hit all the nails. But as far as that silent war, I think that in a spiritual form, man, we've been at this fight a lot longer than the Nazis ever were even created. I think this has been this ongoing thing for a lot longer. The time loop we are on right now definitely though is flawed. You guys ever notice that daylight savings?
Look louder, JoJo, please.
I said, have you guys ever thought about that daylight savings?
Well, Donald Trump is trying to end that because he said that it's fake and throwing us off. But go ahead.
That's what I'm saying, man. And when even Trump was saying stuff about the pharmaceuticals, and he was like, he was on a Joe Rogan. He was like, would you ever take that stuff? I'd never take that stuff. I don't think you should take that stuff. And he's like, he's being real logical and stuff. And I was just listening, and I was like, man, it's a lot of us just waking up, man. There's this game being played on us, man, by this invisible force, man, and people are just sick of that shit.
So what? Okay, so right here, this person, I want you guys to look up. His name is Heinrich, Heinrich, Heinrich Himmler, Himler, in the SS. So Heinrich Himmler, this is one of the head of the Nazis and Hitler's guys who used to go around the world excavating ancient advanced civilizations, not just in Egypt. So when they're showing you Indiana Jones, they're talking about this guy. When they're always showing you Indiana Jones and the Hitler guys and the Nazis right there, it's showing you these guys. And these are real people. Heinrich Himmler is a real person. Adolf Hitler and these guys were obsessed with the occult because it's going to teach you guys about Mars. And then you're going to learn about why Elon Musk is obsessed with Mars, because for me, these people are cloned, and some of these people found elixirs of life to live longer. And so next episode, we're going to get into Florida and how they were looking for the elixir of life and the fountain of youth. And that's what they were talking about with Indiana Jones and the Last Crusades as well. Not just mentally, but physically, a water and a substance that could heal your body, like Lana talks about, but an actual fruit and water that heals your body so you can live longer. And for me, the Nazis, some of them did discover those elixirs. So you're talking about scientists who are 200, 300 years old, who are walking amongst us, are living in underground bunkers like you're going to start learning about. and how your cities have underground cities because the Nazis did not lose World War II. And then I want you guys to start looking up YouTube on all these shows and movies that talk about parallel universes to where the Nazis got the Stargate in their time traveling, erasing our history. So we're right here in the multiverse. And for me, that's where we're at. We're in the multiverse, in the verse where the Nazis actually won, but they're not telling you publicly. So Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Dana White of USC, all these guys are Nazis. They're new Nazis, neo-Nazis, and they practice the occult magic. That's why Donald Trump's son's name is what? Baron Serendipity. So learn about the Baron and learn about who Baron is and learn about the Ra and the Raven. So the Nazis are showing you their fangs, and that's why they're getting rid of the DEI, because they're going to get rid of you niggas being able to make money. And that's why they're showing black women as hookers and hoes in all these future movies, is because they're pumping Little Kim first. They had to give you Trina. Now you got Sexy Red. And then first they had to give you Nicki Minaj, because they slowly introduced the black woman accepting what she has today, being a thought, being a hooker, and then the rest of the women who follow the black woman follow that. Meanwhile, the white woman is being taught, the European is being taught to either procreate, and we'll get into that. So long story short, we're talking about a takeover right now of the final call with the robots, because it gets after that, it's a wrap, y'all. Once they implement an event in these next 4 years, example, we saw how they did with COVID, right? So imagine if they create an event, if they create an earthquake in California, it would be like the movie Escape from LA. And then they could bring out the robots. So that's what they're doing. This is why we must form our communities immediately and really start learning about the Nazis, because then you'll learn about spaceships, you'll learn about crafts, stargates, and then you'll learn about Project Bluebeam, and then you'll learn about how a lot of these drones are created by the Nazis and military. So then you have to gonna learn how to do your discernment when you start seeing wars in the sky, when you start seeing strange clouds that appear out of nowhere. Those are craft, those are cloaking devices of sometimes them or your ancestors looking at you, observing you. So now is the time to start learning the people who control you. Start studying the occult. Start studying why Adolf Hitler went after the Jews, because those are the group of people who created the NAACP. If you study Adolf Hitler, you're going to study the swastika. And what is the swastika? The swastika is you. And that's why Kanye was brandishing the swastika in another counterclockwise position, because you have to break the spell of the Yahweh. You have to break the spell of the ghost spell, the spell of God, the spell of ignorance, which is the spell of you not knowing who you are. And they know who you are. That's why they study you. And their goal, if they wouldn't have to create DEI and all these things and take them away and do all these things to you if there wasn't something about you that they didn't want you to know. So they want you to continue going to church. They want you to continue to believe in the word God, God, or YWH. They want you to continue to believe in these sounds and words so they can trick you to keep furthering in their time loop, in their program. Meanwhile, they're studying you. So they watch us on the Facebooks. They get all of our information because they're cheating, because they're not able to stand underneath the sun as long as us to get the etheric information and downloads and uploads at a fast rate like us. So meanwhile, he has to distract us when we can go outside right now, stand under the sun, think correctly, breathe through your nose, breathe out. And then you'll start getting uploads naturally through your melanin, naturally, because you are a library. You are an antenna of free information. With their pale skin, they're not able to get that information for free and as quick. That's why they can't run as fast as you, or break dance and do all these, all these things as fast as you. The only way they're able to do it is if they vampire off of you. This is why they created cities. They're your modern day plantations, y'all. Your cities are simply plantations to where a Aboriginal child is born in a slave quarter that's stretched out to where the mother and father most likely go to work, go to church, and work for so-called white people. And then they're taught, you already know. And so the program, so we are those children, y'all. And we cannot forget our imagination. We cannot forget the innocence, like brothers like Michael and those brothers were talking about, even though that might not be a great example. But we're talking about never like Toys R Us. I don't want to grow up, because if I did, I couldn't be a Toys R Us kid. And it's an example to where, yes, we mature and become wiser as we go to sleep, wake up under the sun, come back to this dream world, play another dream world, and come to this multi-dimension. But what they're doing is when we wake up to this dream world, they already have a matrix and a program set up in these cities that are set up like circuit boards, because our ancestors created these cities prior to the Europeans coming over here. That's why they name certain streets after certain presidents, ROB, Thunderhawk Lane, or Gold Rush Lane, or Elm Street, because where the elm tree grows. They name streets because they're coded, and then they'll name it with numbers so they know where certain energy ley lines. That's because we created those downtowns already. That's why when you go to the courthouse, those buildings look different than any other building in your city. That's because us as Moors and Moors already built that. That's why they teach you that slaves built the White House, but we know slaves could not build anything. In order to build an advanced structure, you have to know masonry, geometry, foundation, civil engineering, communication. You have to be giving your workers the correct juices and foods to work. So the Moors built that. Those plantations that they teach you, like JoJo was talking about in Django, Moors and Moors built that, and the pale-skinned Europeans took over those mansions that were ours because we were the farmers. We taught them how to farm. You talk about a group of people who came from a cold climate, who didn't have fruits, vegetables, flowing streams and rivers. You understand? So this is what they did with the Nazis. They created a miseducation system. So right here, you see the miseducation of Lauryn Hill. But what did they do with Lauryn Hill? They showed you one example. And of course, you have Queen Latifah. But when we talk about a high-level album, the miseducation, that was a profound title for an album. It still is infinite. So the miseducation of Lauryn Hill, and what they did is they made it to where that sister couldn't progress. So now anytime you hear a so-called conscious Black female, you only hear, girl, you know you better watch out. Over and over and over every fucking day, you hear the miseducation of Lauryn Hill to keep our sisters in a time loop. So you only have Erykah Badu, Lauryn Hill as an example of a higher consciousness, so-called Black woman, but they flood us with Sexy Red, Nicki Minaj, all these low-level women who do not give our women the example of who to be and what to be, and that's what the miseducation is.
And that shit affects the kids like a motherfucker, man. Working at that school, I tell you, man, that shit affects them kids like a motherfucker. These little girls walk around with so much insecurity. These boys are dressed like damn near women. Their facial features are softer. They ain't
Yes.
got no type of ambition, no type of skipper, dipper, chipper, bipper, lipper, none of that. They're just like stationary young people and they're just looking for instruction. So when you come out there and you give them a little bit and it helps them long term, they make more movement and you're like, damn, if just that little bit of what you needed can get you this far, then that's already proven to you that the educational system, like we were talking about earlier, man, we getting educated at so many different directions. Definitely a different time loop, man. They're pushing too many agendas
Well,
with
when
this
you
I
own,
LG.
mean,
when you
but
go ahead, Lana.
I was just gonna say this is like a little side note, but it was kind of funny considering miseducation. But it wasn't funny, but it was. I was out at Target the other day, and there was these girls out there selling chocolate, and I said, you know, and I want to help out our people, right? So I said, how much is the chocolate? She said 1 for $7, 2 for $20, and she was serious. So
Re-
yes, our
re-
children are. It's getting worse as time goes
Repeat it
on.
again, though. They might not have caught that.
She said, I went out there and I asked her how much it is for the chocolate because I wanted to help out a young black girl, young sister, right? And she said, it's 1 for $7 and it's 2 for $20. So
And that's what.
I said, that sounds like a good deal for you because that doesn't make any sense. And she didn't realize that she couldn't even calculate the math. So you're trying to hustle me, but you can't even count. That's how
No,
bad
and
it is.
see, that's what I'm saying. The kids are not hustling. They just don't know how to count. This little kid didn't know how to spell the. He literally was looking at it. The teacher said, spell the. He was like, TAE, the.
So that also comes from COVID. You know, a few years ago, these kids basically
Wow.
lost their whole educational system in a matter of a
Yes.
day. I homeschooled my daughter. She was in school
Mm.
when it happened. I just kept her homeschooled when it, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, whenever it happened. But these kids, they literally don't have an education. And
Basic.
if you have parents that don't know how to educate their children, they're not teaching them anything when they're at home. Half of them are in hip hop listening to this music that they got playing. You know what I mean? So it's just like these poor kids have no direction. But
Well,
go ahead.
that
What were you gonna say?
as an educator, uh, it's been confirmed that COVID, just like you said, has put American students back to the point they said of no return. So
Mm,
that generation of kids who were in school, K through 12, and we're talking about a less intelligent generation now. So that's what they designed. They want people stupid. And so Trump, when he talks about taking away or attempting to take away federal funding, what did they already do? They're trying to end PBS. So our kids aren't going to grow up, or they didn't
wow.
grow up with Sesame Street, Romper Room, all these things. I know we used
The
to laugh at
schoolhouse, but
Schoolhouse Rock, you
yeah.
know, Schoolhouse Rock. And that's what we're also, we'll get into the Matrix University. But right here, you see the young black kid's mind. Can you see any of that, JoJo? And point out some of the great things why we need our own education system, why we need our own media, why we need our
Hold
own
on,
learning
hold on, hold on,
institutions.
hold on, hold on. I just got to say, Arthur was that was my shit. All right. And I don't know if Miss Liz, I'm looking for Miss Liz, but that was that nigga, that
Tell us
school
why.
bus take you everywhere. Take
I
you
didn't know
everywhere.
what Arthur was.
Huh?
I didn't know Arthur because you're younger than me. So explain, please.
Arthur he had his sister and they all were like little rabbits and stuff like that. But it was like it had a story, but it also taught you how to learn and stuff like that. It was like definitely something for kids, but if you get into it, if you smoke enough, you'll still like it to this day. But all them positive shows, man, it taught kids to be kids, curious, ask questions. Now they're so advanced with all this flooded information that by nature, a 12-year-old is really 26 because she's seen so many terrible things, good, bad, evils. Their minds can explore on those iPhones. There's no premise to
The
what
worst.
they can do anything they want, man.
You saw
Right.
DJ Academics, right? You got the guy, the famous DJ guy, he gets paid millions of dollars to stream, not kicking knowledge, right? Gossip. And he was trying to groom a 15-year-old boy, ask him about sex, all this stuff. And Lana would talk about her daughter, the little one, who we got to protect, because she would be like, Jason, I got to be careful because people be trying to get at the little one through the internet. And we used to hear about that.
No, they don't
kids.
try. They do, and it's
Okay,
scary. Yeah, they don't try. They do. They talk to these little girls, and it's like if you don't monitor their phones and go through them, I don't care. My daughter, I don't have any privacy. Well, neither do I. So you don't get privacy. It doesn't work like that. So I go through her phone and I see conversations. These you can tell they're older because of how they communicate. But if as parents, we aren't doing our job at parenting our children and monitoring them, then that's why you have predators coming in and basically manipulating their young little minds. They're naive. So it's scary.
Academics. Exactly. The chat said they still do reading Rainbow in school. No, because of people like Trump. Before the Trump administration, I think it was Reagan, excuse me, don't quote me on the president, but Lamar Burton said the reason that Reading Rainbow was cut off is because it started teaching black kids, and they didn't want that. It started giving black kids imagination and all that, and they took that out, and guess what they introduced? Hip hop. They introduced it, and that's when you started seeing Black America fall down to its lowest degenerate. And the next one is the last phase, is when you don't have a job, y'all, because they only give you these they give you these black entertainers for the day they take away this. And if you look at the NBA, it's about to be global. They already putting in the European players. MLB doesn't focus on the inner cities of America, because if the major baseball leagues funded, let's say Crenshaw had a major baseball league facility, Riverside, all the inner cities, then black men would take over the MLB. So what they do is they get the brothers from Cuba, Puerto Rico, all these poor countries, to when they go back, they can only do so much. It's because they control our wealth through economics. They give millions of dollars to these athletes, but they're not able to get the land to build up our nation. So therefore, we're the celebrities, we're the superstars, we're the gods, we're the ones who have to take charge of ourselves and our own communities and stop relying on these celebrities, stop following Snoop Dogg, cancel academics, cancel Snoop Dogg, cancel, they're revealing themselves. So before they reveal themselves, the solution is this, what we're doing now. So I'm going to show you guys this real quick. The headset. So when Lana was talking about the virtual COVID, the VR headsets are coming, y'all. The Meta, she's going to talk about the Meta glasses. Those are coming to where they already do it, because they showed you how the guy in New Orleans who did the attack recorded with the Meta. So that means that the FBI, CIA has been walking around you niggas with glasses and all that, and they aren't all so-called white. Your hip-hop police were brothers too, and most of them were your favorite artists. You're going to learn that the majority of your artists before Rick Ross were government informants. And when you learn about that, when you learn about the homosexual agenda, when you learn about the criminal-minded behavior agenda, all that was done to waste our time. Hip-hop, although we know that we created our pockets of consciousness, so we're not talking mess. We're talking about the overall collective timeline that we vibrate on as so-called black people, and those who vibrate on black culture is hip-hop. And so if you were to learn that that was created by the government, that means that whenever hip-hop became mainstream, that's when the time loop started. And then it created a time loop to where in the past, black boys didn't dream about being Snoop Dogg. They didn't dream of being Notorious B.I.G. or Young Thug. You know, that wasn't a dimension. That wasn't a multiverse. And that's why all of a sudden you see all these black kids and rappers is killing each other off of hip hop. And it's not to say that hip hop is the main reason that so-called black people kill each other. We're not saying that, but we're saying that it energized and overflew or overran our community to where it became a theme. Just like there's a theme for Rocky, hip hop became a theme for the kids who did bad in school, the brothers who dropped out, the kids who really didn't do what they were supposed to, and it rewarded them for bad behavior and gave them money. So once again, it gave black kids an example to where it was like, okay, I can either be a basketball player, football player, but okay, I didn't make grades. Well, shit, I'm gonna just not do shit and just tell people I'm a rapper. And there were so many brothers who I witnessed lose their life, not just physically, but mentally, off of hip hop, trying to be a rapper, trying to be something that they're not. And that's why they put NWA in, because Compton sits on pyramids, y'all. That's why when you go into the city of Compton, the sign has pyramids and swamps back in the day, because they knew, and the Watts Towers and all that as well in Watts, it's because they knew that they had to circumvent that knowledge and energy of the black people returning to their ancient land again. So instead of Nagas, they said niggas with attitude. And that's once again why they had to get rid of Easy E and these brothers like that with the jab and all that, to bring us to the point where we are today as a people. So when we look at this slide, we talk about reading Rainbow. We talk about Where is Carmen Sandiego. Do you guys remember books like Where's Waldo?
Yes. And Carmen Sandiego, we had all kind of like, oh, sorry, let me turn this off so you can hear me. Yeah, we had all kinds of crossword puzzles, a lot. What was it? Electric Company. We had all kinds of like books and shows that we used to watch after school that were just constantly educational. Documentaries, totally changed everything.
And that's because they want to control the mind of the black children. So this is when we learn about ADHD in black children. Dr. Umar Johnson really used to talk about this a while ago, but much love to the brother. So long story short, y'all, we were talking about the Nazis creating the pharmaceutical industry. Once again, was an experiment to destroy the minds of black boys in particular with Ritalin, because they knew that there were star seeds, what we call, or we say gods, but high intellectual beings who would be coming in the form of these avatars, and they knew it. So they had to create things like special ed, ADHD to separate these, and then form things like special ed to really ruin the self-esteem of young black boys. So they eventually hate each other, kill each other. This is why they created hip hop as well during these times of Ritalin and ADD. And then I'm going to put on the dropout rate. All this was a strategic plan of war. And so on the bottom, we talk about, medical malpractices. So when you hear Elon Musk say the reason why they're taking away DEI, he says is because they don't want black doctors, because like Lana was saying, black students are behind right now. And if black students are behind, hiring a black person who isn't qualified would mean that people will die in the medical field. But we all know that the medical field is full of poison and full of malpractice. Can you talk about the medical fraud, Lana, as we start closing it out soon?
What'd you say? Can I start talking about the what?
The medical fraud. So I was talking about how the Nazis created the pharmaceutical industry, which was also part of not just destroying all of Americans and all of people's mind, but in particularly ADHD, special ed, Ritalin, pharmaceutical drugs forced upon Black children, and that the pharmaceutical industry and the hospitals are really death traps. And so, can you get into that with malpractices being performed with the healthcare industry when we know that we have solutions within our natural culture to heal ourselves?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was just talking to your mom about that. We were talking about when I was going for my master's degree in psychology, and I had to purchase all these books, and the books were extremely expensive. And one of the books was the DSM book, and that's the book that it's actually cost $1,000, and they revise it every, I don't know, 5, 6 months. Every year they're revising this book, and this book is basically what psychiatrists use to determine if what scope you're on, if you're ADHD, if you're schizophrenic, whatever the diagnosis is. They have a nice thick Bible and you can flip through, and it's designed to put you in a category. And remember, anytime you're in a category, you might as well just say you're in a box. So they don't want you to think outside that box. They want to put you in one so that you can keep staying in that loop, thinking that, oh, I have this condition, I have this. So then people rely on that as a crutch. And once again, when you have a crutch, you don't think you can go any further. So you rely on that crutch. Next thing you know, you want to hop on disability. Next thing you know, you got you a check coming. You ain't got to go to work. Bingo, it worked. That's the whole point. They don't want you to go. They don't want you thinking outside that box. So let's put you in one. Let's make a book, charge you for it, and then put you in a box, and then we're going to give you medication on top of that.
Well, Will Justice in the chat said he reads all of Jaquanza Kufanja's books, which I'm studying with the doctorate, and he talks about the destruction to destroy Black males. So keep going with that, Lana.
Oh, so don't get me started on the Black males. So just based on observation, I noticed a lot of our Black males eat like chicken, meat, whatever, right? Of course, every barbecue's got to be some chicken on the grill. But I see a lot of our men looking like they have hips and breasts. I've never seen that before. So what are they putting in the food that's causing your body to now look more feminine?
Hold on. Let me piggyback real quick. So
Please
I was saying at the schools, you guys, how the boys, they look more feminine, their facial features, their body structures, their mannerisms, they swing their hands. There was this little kid who was probably 7 or 8. I don't know what his exposure was, but this little boy looked like he was out of a straight, like, Savage magazine, and was all the way swinging the other way 1,000%. But you're so young. How do you learn this type of behavior? They're so much feminized, and the girls are bigger. Their shoulders are broader. Their chests are more pumped up, not like filled out, as in developed. I mean, some
That's
of them
single
are
mothers.
some of them are overly developed, and then some of them are just built like men.
Well, we talked about that previous episode when in college, the white dudes pointed out how they were saying the Black women weren't as pretty. But when they saw my mom, they were like, damn, she's fine. Your mom's pretty. It's because the Black woman, when we look to pictures of Black women in the past, they look prettier because they were able to be in their feminine. Most of our sisters now who are single mothers have to take on male roles. The food, they don't cook real food anymore, so it's processed. They perm their hair now, so they destroyed their hair follicles and all this. So go ahead, JoJo. That's exactly what we did. So when we talk about this picture right here, we won't go to school.
Hold on. So within the
Go ahead, my bad.
feminization of them little boys and stuff like that, man, you start to notice the boys don't even have crushes. They're just neutral. Like, they're defeated before they even get a chance to get started. They're just like walking zombies. And then they get so drilled into their phones. I mean, discipline with these kids is so weird, man. Like, I have to go straight drill sergeant major pain on them for them to react. But it's not, I don't think it's that they don't necessarily respect authority. I think that they're really just deficient, like, straight up.
Yeah.
What do you mean? With minerals and food?
Yes.
Or have something about it, because these kids are just like
Did you cut out?
Your phone broke up. He started cutting out.
He said they're deficient. Until he comes back in, I'll just
So
piggyback. But
prison
yeah,
phone, easy.
Your phone's messing up.
breaker.
Go ahead,
So,
Lana.
so yes, they are deficient because again, with COVID, and then you have these electronics. These kids don't want to go outside the house anymore. They don't know how to make friends. They're afraid. They feel insecure about meeting friends. When we were kids, we'd go outside with nothing to do and go to someone's house. Hey, you want to play? What's your name? Let's go play. And next thing you know, you're friends forever. So yeah, these kids, they're not getting the same vitamin D. They're not outside getting sun. They're not eating properly. They're not getting the love they should be getting. So yeah, there's a lot. We
Sun
really need
Ra.
to take care of our youth.
Peace, Sun Ra. What's up, brother?
Sunrise. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened to JoJo, but yeah. So these, we have to really we have to protect our youth, everyone. We have to make sure that we're kicking them down. The same gems and jewels we're kicking down right now, we need to be doing that with the youth because that's our future.
I agree.
That's our future.
Sun Ra, are you there? So, and JoJo. Oh, okay.
I think he's on mute. Is Sun Ra on mute?
Sun Ra, are you there? So, okay. So, I wanted to say something to the chat. Kawaja Rakab L was going off of what you said, Lana. They were saying that the tap water and soy and MSG types of preservatives create diabetes in Black men, women, and children.
Mm-hmm.
So can you talk about some of the remedies for that? And he's also said most people are vitamin and mineral deficient.
They are. I mean, we are naturally, we aren't going to get the vitamins and the nutrients that we need daily. In general, we just have to consistently try to take in as much as we can and avoid, free radicals, avoid outside as far as the pollution. We have to do that in general. But when COVID hit, it just made it that much more worse because now our kids, if you're sitting in the house, you're not getting that vitamin D. And if we're 9 ether beings, we need that vitamin D, right? Otherwise, we're just going to diminish and that causes depression. So, again, you just have to go back like we did in the old days and do what our grandparents taught us, how we eat. It all goes back to our live it. And I remember as a kid going to church and they talked about your temple, take care of your temple. But for some reason, they don't stress that. They don't really go hard on how important it is to keep your temple clean and thriving because that's all you got.
Well, there you go.
You're stuck. You got 2 brains. Well, 3. You have 3 brains. One up here, your lymphatic system, where your soul is at. Then your whole body is a brain. Why would you not take care of it?
Wow,
that's wild to me. So yeah.
In the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the one of the bosses was like a brain alien, and it was like the stomach. So that was interesting. And Kawaji Rakeb L,
yes.
Until the Streetlights. I wanted y'all to know. So Lana was talking about the lights in the classroom too. When I went to Kemet in so-called Egypt, I noticed how, okay, you have the pyramids, but the temples, they were inside as well, but the majority of them were outside. So that's when it hit me. I said, oh, wow, that's why they have us inside of those classrooms with those fake fluorescent lights, because it drives melanated people freaking crazy. We're supposed to be learning outside as well with the Netarus, with the nature. Yes. And that's how we advance, because they can't advance like us under the sun. So when our so-called education systems and learning systems are under the real light of Sun Ra, Amun Ra, and we have deities already in place that are named Amun Ra. So when they say Amun Ra, oh, the sun does this and have it. So by the time you're in 4th grade, you've learned comedic science, you're learning yoga, you're learning your breath technique, you're becoming an Imhotep. So then by the time you're of your 20s and so-called 40s, even though our calendars were different, you had the knowledge of being a farmer. You knew your breath work. You knew your ka. You knew how the sun. You knew all these things. And then imagine what you could do then. But they force us in school, K through 12. Oh, learn George Washington, or you get an F. Learn this by 3rd grade, by recess, by tomorrow, A, B, or C. You know, no options, forcing you once again, like you said, into a box of thought, a way of thinking to basically shut us down, which is our imagination, our magi, our in magi. Who are the magi? The magi were like the Pharaoh's ninjas, the Jedi. So the magicians, the magi. And so that is you. You are the magician. But if they can take away your imagination, they do it in the school systems. That's why we're not supposed to go to their school system, because they strip you of your imagination. And so when we go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say that's why when the teachers tell the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? So my daughter would come back and say, this is what I want to be when I grow up. And I have to tell her, you don't have to wait till you grow up to be anything. You can do whatever you want to do right now. But the whole trick is to get you to be distracted going to school, start from elementary to junior high, high school. Then you got to go to college. Then you get married. Then you have the kid. Like, that's the order they want everyone to go in. Do we ever really all go in that order? No, it doesn't always go like that. So It's a trick, and they get you to. So when you get to be our age, you know, you could have been on top of the world by now, but they make you go through this long cycle. And by the time you get now, you got to pay bills. You know what I mean? You have a family you got to take care of, or you're trying to get a business started. They purposely do that to keep you, like you said, in a loop. And until you, and the only way you get out of that loop, I tell people, is to try something different. So if you've been trying the same thing over and over again and you're not getting the results you want, try something different or you'll go insane.
Well, that's where we are.
Exactly.
Black people doing the same thing. Going to school, going to their schools, going to the church. I mean, what else is there to do? And then you watch TV, you watch sports, you go to work. What else are you doing as a people? Even Soulja Boy came out with a video. You don't own anything. He was talking about, I remember when they laughed at that brother when he said he had his video game and he had all these businesses. And they were like, why do you have 2 businesses and all those video games? I'm like, why are you even questioning why a brother has his own video game? And like you said, we were taught to hate each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
we don't support each other. We hate each other.
We're taught that 1st, 4th grade, junior high, and high school is graduating. Graduating from what? You know what I'm saying? Our people we don't even understand our real sciences that our ancestors left us.
Yep. And that's a deep science. That's a deep, yeah.
Because that's where it's at. That's why they study the sacred geometry. That's why they had the maze blocked off in Riverside County, the maze stone we talked about last episode, you know. And so I'm going to bring this picture up real quick. The Moors. So we talk about education. What was our education system? And when we say Moors, that's a word, y'all. Those are words. But they're words and codes and spells that you can use like a bibliography when you turn in an exam at school. You can use it as a real scholarly reference with that tone and that word. So let's not even get lost in the word Hebrew, Israelite, the Moors, whatever, or Commission, whatever word. We know that bibliography word, you can pull it out of your mental library and reference a time where you existed during there and we were successful. So what was the education system then? Why would we continue to go to the education system? Why would we continue to try to participate? Because now it's like, why are we participating in their games? Because that's what it all is. And so for me, I'm thankful to have a goddess, a priestess, or oracle, because for me, that is one of the greatest things. Because because that's what they're trying to do. Like we're saying, the reason why the kids don't have supreme intelligence, because the family structure, the so-called black love, or they call it mi amor, right? Amor is love, right? That's why we say more. We got to say that more because it's mi amor, you know? And so from 711 to 1492, it says Moors from Africa occupied. And I don't even like those words, occupied parts of Spain. But when we talk about 750 years, how long have so-called black people been in America, as if they believed in the transatlantic slave trade? How many hundred years have you been in America labeled as an African or black compared to when the Moors occupied Spain? So there's times that we can go to within so-called our story and see that we ruled at certain time periods, and we can utilize that to empower ourselves in a real reality, just like they have to empower themselves with Superman, their fake education system. They have to lie to their future generations to put them under a spell, which we call white supremacy, which is fictitious. It's a lie. So if we don't participate in so-called white supremacy, it doesn't exist. And so it says, did you know that Moors taught Europeans how to bathe and other hygienic rituals required in order to build a healthy society? These rituals are unique to the Roman Empire in Europe, completely vanished. At that time, most people in Europe did not take baths for years, and it was normal. These things we were not taught in school. Well, we weren't, actually, I was taught that in school. And I remember saying how disgusting it was, but they didn't go in depth with who the Moors were. I learned a little bit of Othello being a brother, and their whispers of Beethoven and all that. But at the end of the day, the in-depth of us being involved in Europe, because we always had to learn about European history, and they controlled your destiny, once again, rushing you to learn a program that eventually, if you accepted it, would get you lost in what we call the time loop, which was created by the Nazi Party, Adolf Hitler, and these Europeans who still are occult information and now use technology, now use AI and robots for me, their final solution to get rid of who we are as a people in our culture. So the next generation, which isn't they call it what, Gen something now. Those kids or Gen Beta.
Yeah, I thought it was Beta
Alpha,
or something.
Yeah, those kids, just like we were taught to lie, they're going to be being taught by robots. They're going to be taught in virtual reality, y'all. And so the AI is going to be the teacher, your jurors, just like the movies they've been preparing you. Do you really think that they gave you all these movies with robots in them for no reason? Even Star Wars. Go to Disneyland right now. Go to Disneyland, y'all, and you guys will see that they have robots and stuff on display that look like the characters in the movie, but when you look, you'll be like, bro, those are real. We already did it. We as Moors and Moors already built robots. We had machines. We had tractors. That's why they destroyed our downtown buildings, or they will lie and tell you that Europeans, they'll say they founded. So tomorrow I want everyone to go to your downtown building and see it will say founded in 1890. Founded in 1900. It's because Europeans founded those buildings, refurbished them, and the other ones they blew up or destroyed. And then you'll learn about your downtown or your downtown buildings. They go under ground. That's because the majority of your cities are built on top of a city because this planet was recently reset. Just like when you used to play a video game and you're beating someone and they'll press reset if you were playing John Madden or someone. So what they do is they don't give people the notice of the reset. They distract you the whole time, knowing that certain cataclysms are going to come. And then they put their holidays and their events on top of it to siphon your energy to get you lost in their realm. But when we study the animals, they already know what to do before a natural disaster. The animals already know what to do. Therefore, that lets you know that's part of the matrix. That's part of the hologram that already occurs. That's nothing to trip about. But when people think that certain events are out of their control and stuff, like you said, it creates post-traumatic slave syndrome. So we're going to call it post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Good one.
And there's a sister who already coined that phrase. It's a light-skinned sister. I forget her name. She's a doctor, but she was super Christian, and that's why I stopped following her. She had solutions, but she would always take it back to worshiping Jesus, which a lot of our sisters do because they don't have the knowledge of, like Jojo was saying, the harems, what we call the sex houses. So when you used to see Max pimps, you always saw them with what? White women. That's because back in the day, the Macs, back in the day, the MACs that you used to see were so-called mimicking the Moors who used white women to make money. But you never prostituted the black woman. The black woman, if you touched her, it was off with your head. So what they did is they used the so-called white woman as a currency. The European Christians would sell, literally, they would sell so-called white women to Asian, India, and all throughout the world, and they would have mixed babies. And so eventually these Drake-looking people would have to create their own type of world. And when we say world, a society, because we all live under the stars, the moon, and the sun, but each of us all live in different worlds. Example, if we're watching a football game, you might be watching the offensive line. Another person might be watching the receiver. A person might be watching the touchdown and say, fuck, I missed the touchdown. Everyone's in a different world. That's why we say that you are God, because truly, although we're in the same holodeck, each of us are in a different dimension. Each of us are interpreting life differently. The problem is that we are dealing with people who interjected a false application and a false idea in our minds as kids, as babies, K through 12. That's why they call the education system K. What is the letter K in numbers? 11. Because we know that letters are numbers. So when we say A, that is the number 1. When we say B, that is 2, C, 3. So once again, that lets you know when I'm speaking to you, I'm really saying 9 times 4 divided by 6 divided by 7. You know, I'm actually speaking numbers to you, but I had to dumb it down in a language for the Slavics. So the language of the gods is what they don't want us to remember and speak, because they can't speak it properly because of where their nose is like this. And only us, that's why you see certain Asians with flat nose, our nostrils give us certain tone. So if you see, you know how white girls, they'll be like, oh, it's their nose. And it's the air passages that go to their nose, their temple, that doesn't give, or we wouldn't say doesn't give enough, it doesn't give the equal amount. So the reason why Donald Trump and the so-called pale-skinned Europeans create these non-equal things is because they're not equal to us naturally. So in order to compete with us under the sun, they have to cheat. They have to create programs in order to cheat, because if they were to give things naturally in equality how they are, everyone around the world would know that they are inferior by nature, not by ego, not by saying you're better than a person because of the color of their skin, but by Ra. Amen Ra, the sun, the moon, the stars, nature, the animals, the plants. That's who judges us, not us as ego. So if the sun is telling you and telling the world that us as melanated beings are able to synthesize etheric radiation at a high rate of speed, that doesn't mean that, egotistically speaking, that you're better than someone. It's saying that the suit that your spirit or your ka, or that your breath is holding, is specifically built to conduct a certain amount of etheric information, so you manifest it on this realm as a test, as a god, as an extraterrestrial, to test things out. So whether like me and you and everyone watching, we're in different dimensions, but we are in this avatar suit, what they call consciousness, to act out certain possibilities. So when you go into the other real world, you don't do certain things. And in order to get up out of here, you have to obtain a certain amount of information to get up out the maze. But they know the moment enough of us learn to get up out the maze, the real ones, we teach up how to get out the maze, but no one's going to participate in the maze anymore. And his world shuts down and he goes back. He can't go forward without us. So he goes back to his natural state of being, which is what he hides from us as Neanderthals, as troglodytes, as an artificial being, a kind of man, mankind. He is not real. He only exists when he comes amongst us. So that's why ancestors all over the world, whether they were in Asia, India, the red man, the Mesoamericans, all of them said they never saw a being like that. So they let them in. It wasn't like we were hateful people. And that's why the European specifically says he met hostile Indians. So if you have to point out that you met hostile Indians, that meant that the majority of the Indians were peaceful, loving, accepting. And so that's how you came amongst our people, because we are naturally loving, because where we live is love. We can grab fruits from the tree. We can go in hot saunas and spas. We can talk to the animals. We can eat the mushroom and trip out in different plants. We are here. We are in the infinite matrix right here, y'all. We can eat a mushroom and go to outer space and build pyramids and crafts. It's right here. Home is where the heart is. And then when we eat in the second brain, there's foods here. And then once we get high enough, we get to other realms of food, of thought. But originally, we did not even eat food because we created the food. As programmers of the matrix, we created the tree. We created the orange. We created things with purpose before we plugged in. So before the other races were here, it was just us, melanated beings. And then it went, and so that's when we start learning about us being able to create computers, robots, artificial intelligence. And that's what we are. We are the intelligence. We are the supreme intelligence in these avatar suits. And so we're able to transfer our energy once we leave this avatar suit and walk amongst the cosmos. How do we know? Our ancestors left us hieroglyphs to let us know that this is a dream world, what the European calls a multiverse. And that's why he's releasing footage of the atom, which is a tone, Atum, the ancient Egyptian deities, words. And so he's releasing the knowledge of the universe. But while he releases the knowledge of the universe that you're in a hologram, he's also trapping you in this world for you to forget that you're already in a virtual reality game, a high level one that he cannot create. So his best suit is him to create an artificial virtual reality game, virtual reality meta world that he can control with fake trees, fake stuff. And that's why they want to create domes and all these different fake worlds to take us out of our real world, which is to obtain that higher level of consciousness, to vibrate on a frequency to where he can no longer see us. And that's why when you're vibrating on a certain level, when you can enter a room and someone will say, man, I didn't even see you, and you'll purposely let them see you, it's because that's part of your superpowers and cloaking technology. So every technology that they create physically, you can already do within. That's why they don't want you to study the sacred geometry and be able to open up those maze patterns in your mind, eating the right food, around the right people, saying the right tones and frequencies to vibrate on a level. And that's why they say people were able to disappear and they spontaneously combust. So they can never hold this amount of information naturally. They are taught it. So what they do is they steal our information and they plagiarize it and give it out as if it's theirs. And what it does, as participants learning from them, we take it as true because we are loving beings. So we build on that fake universe, and that's what we're trapped in.
I want to say something real quick.
We're trapped in their dream, which is a nightmare. But go ahead.
When you're talking about being trapped in the food and everything like that, when we fast and or let's say just go on a juice fast for I don't know how many days, essentially when we're fasting, we're starving out the parasites. But when we also change the way we eat, it flushes out the parasites. So it also flushes out the energy and it helps to balance the energy out. So a lot of times we can't think properly. It's because of the food that we're eating. It's trapped inside of our bodies, right? So when Jason was speaking of vibrating off of a specific frequency, in order for you to see the things that we can't see with our two eyes, when we start to rid of all those things in our bodies, then it starts to balance out. The energy starts to balance out, basically. You can actually feel it. You can feel the energy in your body balancing out when you're eating the proper foods and or exercising and fasting and getting rid of everything. That's how we're able to vibrate off of a higher frequency. The food is everything. The people we hang around, the environment that we're in, it's everything. And it's as simple as just balancing out the foods and the people in order for us to vibrate on a frequency where we're around our tribe. Now we can start being around people that think like us and act like us. Because when we're not around those types of people, our frequency drops. When we get around people that don't eat like us, that don't speak like us, that don't think like us. So now our frequency is now lowered to theirs. And that's what we have to be very, very mindful, especially during these times. We have to make sure that we're around people that are on our same frequency and or higher so that we can elevate ourselves. We also have to make sure that we're mindful of what we're taking into our body, including the fruits, because they're trying to contaminate everything clearly. But using discernment will help us to be able to know what we should and should not be partaking in, or who we should and should not be around, or what we should and should not be listening to. We can hear that voice. So when we vibrate on a higher frequency, we're more in tune with our ancestors who can guide us and then tell us, don't eat that. Don't go over there. If someone calls you up and say, hey, come over my house or let's go hang out at this club, you'll hear a voice say, don't do it, just as clear as that, because you're not filled with all of the bad bugs. I call them the bad bugs, AKA the parasites. that they make sure that, they're going to make sure they get into us, whether it be through the air that we breathe, the music we listen to, the foods that we're eating, etc. So we just got to make sure that we're doing those things in order for us to get to the next level. So, Jason, you there?
We're listening.
That's all I got to say. I'm not long-winded like you, my love. I'm sorry.
No, keep going.
But drink your juice. I did make the juice for you to drink. Hopefully you're drinking it. Shout out to the chat, though. I think we have, and forgive me in advance if I'm chopping your name, but I think it's Kwaja Rakib. You said cilantro extracts a good, yeah. Cilantro is excellent, y'all. Cilantro. And you know what's so crazy? You would never think that certain like foods that you can get out of your backyard that they say is bad. You would never think that something as simple as ginger can help with inflammation, or like he said, cilantro helps with the metals that are in the air. There's just stuff that's in with cilantro is what now it's probably $1.50 for a pound of it. I mean, compared to when we take meds or when the doctor says, you need to go to the hospital, and now they're taking away Medicare and Medicaid. So all these folks that are addicted or had to go to the hospital to get this, because now your body's addicted to the meds. So now they're taking that away from you. You feel me? Can you imagine what people are going to experience? And this isn't even funny, yo. Like, wow. I've seen people that have been on heroin and they had to come off of heroin. They gave them another drug to get off of heroin that was just as addictive as the heroin they were taking. So do you see how it's going to be complicated for folks? Or Oxycontin, when you had people that were, get into a car accident or something, and then the doctor prescribes Oxycontin for pain, the audacity. And now they say, sorry, your insurance no longer covers it. So now they got to go to the street and get the Oxycontin because the doctor got them strung out on it, basically. So now we're going to go through an issue where people are going to have to wean off of something that they've been addicted to because your government decided we don't want to give this to you anymore overnight. We're just going to cancel this overnight. So now everybody's freaking out, as you should. But now, again, it's going to take a lot of willpower, strength, support, and love, honestly, to get through these next 5 years, because it's going to be unique. It's going to be a unique ride. We can do it. We just got to stick together, like we've been saying. And for those of you out there that aren't unifying, aren't healing, still in competition, I want to secretly be in competition of Jason. I don't want him to make it because I want to be first. You're not going to make it. If you're thinking like that, you're not going to make it. It's only the people that are here, that are unifying and that are operating off of unconditional love. That's the only way that you're going to vibrate. Everybody else, if you're vibrating off of a frequency of competition, congratulations. Your life from this point forward is going to be built off of competing against people. If you are the type of person that wants to compete or you're jealous of somebody, congratulations. Your life from this point forward is going to consist of just consistently jealous energy. It sincerely has to do with the type of energy you are wanting to operate on, and then operate on it and keep going and don't stop. And I promise you, the world, I don't even listen to the news. I didn't even know all this was happening. I'm going to the store and I'm like, yo, it's just so like bare in here. Like nobody's here. And I'm not realizing people are freaking out. I'm having my day is literally filled with sunshine and rainbows because I'm not involved in all the nonsense that they've got going on. It's not real. It's only as real as you give it. And the more people freak out and, oh my God, this is happening. Guess what? They're like, good. Keep going, keep doing it, keep rolling it out because it's working. The people are getting scared. We need your fearful energy so we can keep going, and people keep falling for it. So let's not fall for the BS anymore. Let's literally go back to loving ourselves Loving ourselves starts with accountability. So if we have been out there doing people wrong, we just got to run that back, own it, and start doing things different. Do things different. If it wasn't working for you before, just try something different and see how that goes. That's how life works. That's how you get out of the loop, is just not following the program, just literally sitting back and saying, okay, meditate for a minute, talk to yourself, aka ancestors. Remember, you have over 1 trillion of them. Your cells are your ancestors. You have over 1 trillion of them. So holler at them. I promise you, the juices that I make, do you know the fruit talks to me? I tell Jason, yo, the fruit said go holler at them. Go in the backyard and go talk to the trees. Go talk to the fruit. And the fruit will talk back. It sounds crazy, but try it. And when the fruit talks to you, then it's going to start showing you stuff. Then your body is going to start telling you what it needs, which is the most beautiful thing. When we start really getting in tune with who we are, your cells will tell you, all of a sudden you'll start craving vegetables or fruit that you probably never even thought you would eat. I never liked Brussels sprouts, but for some strange reason, I'll crave Brussels sprouts. Because your body, whatever is in those Brussels sprouts, my body is telling me, hey, I need that. Whether it be vitamin D, E, K, A, whatever, my body knows what it needs. Your body knows what it needs. So we have to sit back and listen to it and provide that.
I agree. I definitely agree, sister. So when you say that and it's igniting people, it's almost as if there's actors right now. So would you say at this time, knowing how Hollywood is and how our government acts and how we have sellout people who look like us, but they not like us, what do you think when you see paid activists and you see Al Sharpton? Are you saying that although people should be aware of these things, that by him marching and saying, we're going to boycott Target, we're going to boycott Walmart, but we're going to support Costco? You know what? So what is the irony in that? So, because basically you're still supporting a white-owned business at the end of the day. So what is the goal? Because when we talk about a boycott, when they stopped the bus boycott, the only reason that the European allowed certain things is because we started messing up their money. But also, it was the money. They started losing money, and that's how you hurt them. Yeah.
So you mean to tell me if we so basically what you're telling me is we as people go to work for the white man, and the white man gives us a check, and we're like, yay! Now let me go to Costco, Stater Brothers, Ralph's, Albertsons, whatever those stores are. By the way, I'm gonna ask everybody: does anybody personally know Ralph's? Costco? Does anybody know the Nordstrom Brothers personally? Wow. Oh, no, then that means you're a slave to them. They give you money, you turn around, and then you go give your money back to more of the same people. They're all related. So at the end of the day, it's that cycle that we're in. So my question is when are we going to stop supporting them and start supporting each other? I have a business. Jason has a business. I'm sure JoJo has a business. I'm sure Sun Ra has a business. All of us have something. Either we have one, we're getting one started. The people that are listening, that are on the chat, I'm sure you have a business. I would love to know what you do. I would love to support you. Just like, you feel me? It goes both ways. And guess what?
Business in the chat too.
When we do that,
business shout out.
Let's do this. When we start doing that, now they're really going to get mad. Like he said, because they need us. They need our energy in order to thrive.
Bingo.
If they don't have our energy, it's like turning the lights out. You know how Donald Trump just started stripping y'all and taking everything away? Well, you could do the same thing to them.
Right.
Just stop supporting their shit. The same way they did it to you overnight, you do the same thing. Stop going to work. Stop paying the rent. Stop paying the bills. Somebody told me, look, somebody said, well, if I stop paying my light bill, it's going to go off. I said, but if everybody stops paying the light bill, what are they going to do?
Right.
Because when you pay the light bill, you're supporting their business. If you stop supporting them the same way they stop supporting you, guess what? Now we can start thriving again.
collective boycotting amongst all so-called humans, no matter what color you are. But we have to do it first because we're the bravest ones, and everyone will follow. And that's how you show us. That's why they used to call us Braves, the Atlanta Braves, because we were so brave, and we are brave. But we celebrate Black history. We dance and celebrate being Black, being a color, celebrating us being free slaves. Oh, we're progressing. No, you're not. Like Lana said, you own nothing. So in order to boycott, you first start boycotting their schools. So right here in 1964, they boycotted the schools because the schools receive money, and they know the moment, and this is why they have to keep black, so-called black Moors and Indians assimilated, which is stupid. So basically, if they can convince us to continue to go to their schools, like you said, the cycle will continue. But the moment we have enough intelligence to teach our young youth, because you can't take the so-called black kids out of school and you don't know how to do math and you don't know how to teach your son or daughter. We can't have that. You know, we can't have that. Even with the charters in private schools, that's why we're going to have to build more. So that's why we need you, Donald Trump, if you're listening, your team. We need funding for our so-called Moorish charter schools. Then, if you want to end the public education system, we have no problem with that. But what we do and won't have is that if we don't have equal amount of economic opportunity to purchase the land, to create our own schools, that's the problem, because that's what we call prisons. So basically what they're doing is they're giving you an option to either really be a slave in the future, to where black men, you're going to have to be homosexual. You're not, there's not going to be no stand-up gods anymore. That's out if we don't stand up right now. And then women, as far as black women, you're either going to have to be the sellout to the so-called European man. That'll be the top black woman. She'll have a white husband. And then you'll be a hooker. And then the black kids will be just like they did. They'll be sold as either little slaves, but they'll use the Mexican kids too. Watch. And so basically the black kids and the little black kids will be like they did in Rome. They'll be the sex objects because adults will be running society, and they groom kids at young ages. That's why you always hear about the celebrity kids and all these people getting touched as kids, and then it repeats on the set, and then by the time you come an adult, you think it's normal. And that's why Hollywood is like that. It's because if you're a kid raised in that environment, you think that's normal. Just like when we moved to Riverside, getting called nigger, if it wasn't for hip-hop, I guarantee you would really see how racist pale-skinned Europeans are. I guarantee you hip-hop really put a mask over racism in America. Once again, they use Eminem to basically make white people not have to be a part of black culture. It made them not have to really boycott or learn African history and your true Moorish history to that level. And so now they can just listen to hip hop and live vicariously through the artists, just like how they live vicariously through horror films. They give horror films to the pale-skinned Europeans because it calms them down, but it also is training them for the day that them lights go out, they're trained to kill you. Because we have been taught to forget about the so-called Black Indian wars. And if you learn about the cowboys and the Indians and all these things words that they did to manipulate us, you'll start learning that we, as the so-called American Indians who were already here, who they call Moors and North Africans and all these different terms, Seminoles, Washita, Olmec, we were at war with them up until recently. And that's why, once again, they don't want you studying the Barbary. The End of the Barbary Terror is a great book because America's 1815 war against the Moors. And then that's like, wait a second, you're telling me so-called black people used to have ships of their own, and pale skinned Europeans were afraid of them. And then it goes into a story, and that's how we free our people. These are the things we're supposed to be teaching our children, our adults. But when our people are constantly inside of the church, they're not learning things that are going to progress them to the highest level of the universe to control a city, let alone a civilization. So when the Jews, the so-called pale-skinned Jews, they go into temple, they're learning about financing, they're learning about collective bargaining, collective agreement, working as a team. And that's why it's a perfect example for when we were kids. If you ever lost to an all-white team, a lot of the times, if you were an all-black team, for one, you underestimated your opponent, but also you guys were so fancy and so-called black athletes trying to be fancy, do all this stuff, you forgot teamwork, you forgot fundamentals. And fundamentals and teamwork and collectiveness is more powerful than 10 athletes who are McDonald's All-American on a team. And so we must apply that today as a people in our life's curriculum. And for those people who don't want to unify, those are the people who will be left behind. Those will be the so-called poor black people who will be complaining again, talking about, oh, God said that we were in all this bullshit that stops you from being wealthy, because that's what we're basically headed to, y'all. It's only a small group of wealthy people on the planet, and it's going to be the same thing. Our people who look like us, who are on this frequency, we are going to be the nobility. We already are. We're going to be the wealthiest. We're going to be the ambassadors for when the extraterrestrials come, when the other races discover who we are, and we have our businesses already in line. Our nations, when we go to Atlanta, go to India, Africa, all over the world, and we're recognized as nations and as leaders, because no longer will Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and all your Hollywood celebrities be praised as gods. They're going to be looked down upon, and people like us are going to be considered gods. That's why it's imperative to start your businesses now, to where Donald Trump and them say, oh, we're taking this away. Okay, we have money in our community. Okay, she has a garden, he has a garden, she has healing herbs, she has clothing, and then what else do
There's
you
somebody
do?
on here that said that in the chat too, that they help people set up gardens. And then
Oh, wow.
shout out to Will Justice. It looks like he knows how to do solar panel installation. So
Oh, we need that.
we just need, like, we need to build our communities and stick together, and support each other across the nation, especially, you know what I mean, like, just your tribe doesn't have to be your blood family that you were born into, that raised you. Your tribe could be elsewhere. It's us,
You watching, go ahead, watching
literally.
the show.
I mean, I met Jason. Funniest thing, I actually asked for it. I was like, I need to meet my tribe. I need to meet people that think like me, because it's lonely when you think outside the box. And long story short, I'll talk about how we met another day, but it was just ironic. It was definitely the ancestors put us together. Let's put it like that. So you meet your tribe, you grow, and then you take over the world. Pinky in the brain.
And that's what we're doing.
Yep.
Taking over our world. In order to change the world, you have to change yourself, and that's what Lana was teaching. And that's the beauty of it. I have to get better. I have to improve as a person, and I'm accepting that, and there's nothing wrong with it, because that's how it's supposed to be, and we're learning. So this picture right here says a new era. I wanted to go back to this picture. Look at the farm, Lana. Look at us in the field with the hoe and the farm. Do you see that?
I'm happy.
That's how we build our, because it's like, what else makes us, clearly this isn't making our people happy.
Nope.
Or they wouldn't be eating this, fighting amongst each other, going to their schools, laziness, like you said, growing tobacco, will justice, all these things. So basically right here, it shows what we have to do is community building is the only way we survive. Out here in Southern California, the Mexicans, how they came up recently too, outside
Oh
of other
man.
stuff, is they will buy a house or rent it, and then they put families together. You see white people doing it now.
Oh
White
yeah,
people
but
do
see,
it. But
our
let me finish.
people. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But stick to that though. Basically, what our Mexican brothers and sisters were able to do is they came here with a mission. They understood that community was the only way that they were going to win this so-called oppressor, and they waited for the day that they could make their move, and that's what they're doing, and not even doing and did, and still holding on to their roots. And that's how they're able to win right now as a people, outside of what they're trying to show on the media, them worried about ICE and all that. They're here. So right here, and much love to our Mexican brothers and sisters. We need each other. And I always tell people, we might not like to say it, but we need each other. So basically you see them shaking hands, but in the back you see manufactured. So right there, you see Uncle Sam shaking hands with the European. It's showing you that there's a different class of Europeans, that the average so-called white man is not the same as the top hat, because he's taking his hat off to Uncle Sam.
Mm,
You notice that handshake, and notice his hand in the pocket.
yeah.
Notice how he's leaning over,
Yeah.
and notice his nose. And so they're letting you know that that era and that particular group of European men tricked that white man who was farming and all these things, and then took over us, and now he's enslaved. So the so-called modern day
Oh,
average white man does not know that they are slaves.
right.
So when they die, they don't advance. So they don't ever develop a soul, because many of them are here to develop a soul.
Mhm.
That's why they're supposed to be around us, to learn how to be God, by learning how to farm, by learning how to get along with the animals, how learning to love your wife, how learning to love the netters, the nature, you know?
Yeah.
That's what they're supposed to learn. But instead, they were tricked by those who do not want them to gain a soul. Because when you learn about certain religious systems, and without saying certain words, these particular gods and deities are actually what they call malevolent deities, are what they call demons. So the gods that they worship today on the mainstream as Black people are actually created to keep them vibrating mentally at a lower level. So they never understand the sciences behind the occult, in which the Europeans use to bind you in this time loop.
Do you
And
see
so,
how? Sorry.
go ahead.
I was
Go
just
ahead.
gonna say, just you just put something together for me, and that's just wild. Like, so for what I can see is okay, they tricked the white man, made him think he was superior over the Black man. Then you had Black families who did things like kick their kids out the house early,
Right. You talk
made us struggle. You know what I mean? A lot of us have a story like, oh yeah, I left at 18 and I have my own place and I've been on my own since. You know what I mean? But we don't have anything because we never had parents that invested in us or helped us be, invest in anything. So that was another trick where you had the elders kicking their kids out the house because they felt that was going to build character. And it did build the right character. Really, what it boils down to is we have to stop kicking our kids out the house, and we have to start supporting them, because at the end of the day, when you die, your kid is going to be here still. That's your legacy. Don't you want it to continue, or do you want your legacy to stop right here? It has to keep going. So we have to support each other. So I say we have to continue to support each other so we can win. Otherwise, we're not going to have a future, and our kids aren't going to have a future. Can you imagine if you, heaven forbid, something happened and you didn't last here by tomorrow, and your kids had to be here and they had to pick up the pieces, and you never taught them how to invest, you never taught them how to build a business, you never taught them how to unify, it's a
So
wrap.
there you go. You see the Donald Trump picture. You see him showing so-called white America, this is the way to go. Look at all these black monkeys. They hate each other. They fight amongst each other. Look at these silly nigger rappers. Let's bring them to the party. Look at these jigaboo monkeys dance for us like they used to do on the slave quarters. Let's pay these jigaboo monkeys to laugh and make their people think that that's the way to be. Meanwhile, this is what we're going to show. I'm going to show putting my son in power. I'm going to give him certain stem cells and all these things to make him 7 feet tall so he can rule over the next population or run for president. These are what we're supposed to be teaching our children, our sons, that they're God, that she's a goddess, that she's sacred. And then our culture, that's how we separate from them and stand out. That's how we show that we're the gods, the true captains of America, the true lieutenants of America, the true gods of America. The American gods are us right here. So when they showed you the manufactured, it lets you know that we went away from the netters, the nature, more into the matrix hologram. And right here, they took an oath. As you know about the Ku Klux Klan and all those things, you see a shield, right? What does that shield remind you of? Sunrise, anyone there, Lana?
I'm
Doesn't
here.
it look like a police badge?
Oh, it does. Wow.
And that's
Yeah.
because who were the first slave catchers? The pole ice. Right.
Oh, pole ice.
And
Yikes.
then learn about the temperature of learn about the temperature of water when it freezes. And that's why they're called the police. You guys got to probably look that up. I'm not going to give you that answer. But if you look, it just shows you. And then behind, it looks like a rifle with the guy with the hat, but really it's the lightning bolt. And learn about the double lightning bolt in Thor, how symbolism. So whenever you see a police officer or a European with a lightning bolt, the web on the elbow, a skull, an eagle in certain positions, those are tattoos and symbols of their brotherhood to let them know certain passing or just a whole language. Yes, like the SSS, the Nazis, because that's all it is. This is a program from the Nazis in a time loop that we're in, a multiverse that they just didn't tell us. Because that's the coolest thing, is that they kept it a so-called secret, that this is our land, that this is our original dream. But people like Dr. Martin Luther King led us into their dream world, which is Freddy Krueger, a nightmare. And so right here to the right, what happens when we come together? They burn our schools down. And so it's not as if we go ahead. I think you're on mute.
I'm just listening to you. You said they burned our schools down, so I came back to look.
So right there, you see it. So not just in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but we also learn about Rosewood, go back and do your research on your own town during segregation. I guarantee you there was a school that was burnt down in your city by a so-called white supremacist who did not want you to integrate. And did they not want you to integrate, when you started achieving a certain greatness, they would terrorize you. Why would a group of people who says that we're inferior continue to keep their foot on your neck? Once again, you must stop using the word Black and celebrating Black history and questioning what is Black history. You must now question your reality. So after you start studying your culture, you have to do a double study of them. And that's what they don't want you to do. You have to study not just their surface European history, but the occult. Study who's behind Donald Trump. Study who's behind George Bush. Study who's behind religion And that's where you'll find your answers, y'all. And then learn about, like we said, they had to destroy something in order to reconstruct it. So on the next episode, we're going to get into the Tartarian Empire and the Moorish Empire in the Americas and all throughout Europe and all throughout the world. And it will show you that a melanated presence was all throughout the planet. And so we won't just have to focus on America. We can go anywhere on the planet and set up shop, y'all. But there's something about this land. There's something about this soil while we're holding on to it. And that's the discovery that they don't want us to know. And that's why we have to keep digging deeper as we start closing it out soon. But as you see, this picture right here shows we won't go to school with Negroes. We, the pupils of this school, Clinton, don't want Negroes in our school. So if you learn about Clinton High School was a school that was bombed. So when we talk about terrorizing in our original terrorists, the original terrorists of the planet were pale-skinned European men. And so we're not calling out individual European men. We're talking about as a collective. When you came amongst us as a people, you terrorized us. And then when we came up as a people after so-called slavery, you still continued to terrorize us. And once again, today, they're trying to manipulate terrorism by saying they're taking out equality. And we shouldn't have to be worrying about equality and all these things when we have our own community. And so this is why going into integration, this is why celebrating Black history is really, I'm saying, is wrong in another time loop, in another game, because if you're celebrating Black history, you're basically celebrating that you're happy and you're only complaining about civil rights, which are basically opinionated rights, which don't lead to you truly being free and getting your land so you can move forward and build up your nation again, that you can find all over the planet that they distract you from. It is time for you to discover who you are, or you're going to die. Period. And if you die, most likely physically, with not enough information, you do not graduate from the university, which today they call the universe or the multiverse. So that's why they keep you distracted. That's why they gave you a K through 12 system and give you Black celebrities as leaders to keep you stuck on stupid. The music that you listen to is not of nature anymore. It's a paid government agents, and the sounds that they're using are digital frequencies that are underlaced with poison, literally hypnotic poisonous spells that make you sick, that make you violent, that make you eat certain foods, rituals every single day to trap you in this video game hologram holodeck that you're in, when your goal first was to come and experience and have fun. But now you have to remember that you've been here the whole time and that you've fallen and that it's time to leave. You've had too much fun. So there's people who are going to want to be here and experience. Those are your so-called Black people who are really fascinated and fall victim to this world. Like Lana was saying, post-traumatic slave syndrome, post-traumatic stress syndrome, falling victim. Those people who are still worshiping the colonizer's deity in the form of a white god. You know, those who are not in the process of elevating themselves, of being around the right people, basically setting fire to your world that was created by your colonizer, that was built to assimilate you. So we forget. This is why they don't want you to study. They say once you graduate high school and college, no, you're never supposed to stop studying who you are, because they've tried so hard for you to wake up in this dimension so you forget who you don't know, so your neighbor who looks like you doesn't know, so your mom forgets who she is. So therefore, one day you wake up here again, no one knows the true story. And the only thing that you'll know is what they teach you. And that's what we're living in today. It's a lie. It's a fictitious reality. And the only way out of this fictitious reality is through the knowledge of self that our ancestors who came before us, which is you, left. And that's why they say travel back to the future to create. We're traveling back to the future, which is traveling back in time, y'all. Because in order to propel ourselves, like Malcolm was basically saying, in order to propel ourselves into the future, we have to create a new education system. But the beauty of it is that our education system and curriculum is already built. And that's why we study the pyramids. That's why we study our ancestors, because when you study the pyramids, first it goes to Lana, our mothers. She's going to be our first teacher. We're going to be sucking her breasts for milk, our mothers. Not my wife and goddess, but you know. So basically, the woman is the first teacher. She gives you your first nutrients. When you come out, the placenta is attached to her. The tree of life is attached to her. And so she's still feeding you even when you're not even in your mother's body. So that's why you attach the placenta and let it fall off. So right there, your mother is still teaching you. She's your first teacher. And then when you're next to the pyramid, that lets you know we have to have a certain living way of eating. So we can do certain works and innovative thinking. So that's when we build our guard in. So we guard our inner chi with the food that we intake. And then we build structures and cities underground, under the ocean. We build different machines and technology to have fun. Just like they're doing with the AI, they have fun knowing that they're keeping you asleep. They have fun knowing that you think that you're not a God. They have fun walking up to you and saying, do you believe in Jesus? And you saying, yeah, I believe in Jesus. They like, oh, these niggas is still asleep. They love it because they know that they can continue living. Because the moment you say that this is all bullshit and not real, but you can prove something. Okay, it's cool to say that the so-called European or white man's world is bullshit. So what? What are you going to do about it? That's when we have application of our former, which is still current curriculum, our true education, which is our culture, which is math, which is eating right, which is treating each other with love, which we call mayat. Principles that are already built within our culture, that no matter where you go on the planet, there's temples, there's structures, there's other people there. So it's waiting for you as an American God to rise up, so the rest of the world will rise up against those who are oppressing everyone. But until the American gods stand up, the rest of the world is suffering. We are the gods that everyone is waiting on. Meanwhile, you got black people waiting on Jesus, when in all actuality, the true Jesus is waiting on you. Because even those who follow it, Jesus said, did I not teach you that ye are gods? So therefore, those who follow ye are Yeshua, are Jesus. What are you doing right now? What are you doing as a God according to your Lord and Savior? You have to save yourself. And yourself is yourself first. And then outside of yourself is you in another form. So your brother and your sister who you don't even know is you in another form. So that means that everything you do, every time you wake up, love is important. Righteousness is important, because opening the door, saying I love you, thank you is important, because that person might be having a bad day. They might not be getting love, but you saying thank you, you saying have a good day, you saying I love you makes them feel good, and then it reciprocates. But if you turn on the news every day and they're constantly telling you fear, 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 if you go to church every Sunday and they're telling you that you're born to sin and that God is this and God's almighty and that Jesus is your Lord and Savior, you're taking the strength out of yourself. And now you're allowing someone to operate your mind. You're allowing another entity to take over your mind. And that's why they baptize you in holy water. They shock you. So it shocks your body, opens up your chakras. They're chanting Jesus and all these things. And it allows these low-level entities to jump into your body. And that's why when people go to church and the preacher lays hands and says all these speaking in tongues and they start shaking, that's because a lower entity just hopped into that person's body and they're controlling it. Just like when you drink too much liquor, a lower entity will hop inside you. I know it'll hop inside you and you will become another person. Because when I used to drink, people would say, Jason, you turn into another person. Why? That's because those of us who are psychic and clairvoyant as gods, we're not supposed to be doing it. Our blood thins and it allows one of those entities, like in the movie Ghost with Whoopi Goldberg. If you remember, a ghost jumped into her body and he was talking through Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah. And then when she's like, get up out of me, it jumped her out and she was tired. That's because these entities feed off of you. They feed off of you and you'll be tired. But if they're feeding off of your fear, if they're feeding off of your ignorance, that's how they create the time loop, because you think that this reality is normal. You're not in a reality where you wake up every day, where the rivers are flowing freely, where you can eat food, where currency of food is not even a thought. You feel me? To where you can eat nutrients to go about your day and night freely. You know, not to say that there's not wild animals and disagreeable beings, but imagine when that reality is here. But if we as a people allow artificial intelligence to take over, if we start allowing the idea that AI is going to help us, we have failed ourselves and we have failed the future of what they call the humans. And that's the goal, really, is to wipe out enough humans to where the so-called surviving humans are enslaved and they can just use them as batteries, and then the robots will have enough knowledge to do the tasks of these extraterrestrial beings who haven't showed their face. And so that's why they show you that you're a battery, and when you look up at the city, it looks like a computer circuit, because you're simply a battery being used. But they cannot siphon your energy when you're vibrating on a higher frequency. Their matrix shuts down, and that's when you graduate. And for me, that's when the pickup comes. That's when our extraterrestrial family says, okay, they're ready. Enough of them have figured it out. They're deserving to come amongst us, and then they'll teach us, and then eventually they'll clean us up, right? Teach us the ways, and then drop us off on certain planets as certain extraterrestrials and gods to teach certain planets and dimensions the way, and what they call upgrading planets. Because sometimes they'll teach that you're not allowed to intervene on certain planets. But how is that? Because they showed you in Star Trek, in all these movies, that you're not supposed to interject, but clearly extraterrestrials are interjecting right now. That's who's giving the pale skin European and the Asians technology. It's extraterrestrial beings, because a group of people who just got out of a cave, who were taught by Moors, could not advance that quick compared to a people who've been here millions of years and supposedly did nothing. But go ahead, Lana.
Are they tapping in? Like, are they getting this knowledge from these extraterrestrials somehow? Like, how are they getting this information? What are they using? What are they doing to tap in to get this knowledge or information from these extraterrestrials that we aren't doing?
Right here, I'm going to go to the Nazis. It starts, and it's the easiest way. Like, the reason I'm bringing up the Nazis is because it's like a bibliography. When you're writing a paper, turning it in, you need resources. You need to be able to state why you feel this way, why we're on this dimension. We're not just babbling. We're not just saying pipe dreams. We're in a real dimension and able to thrive in these dimensions. And we're going to get higher and higher on these intellectual levels. So when Lana asks, how do we free ourselves? It's right here. These ancient symbols are ours. So how were the Nazis successful? By stealing our information?
Right.
You know, because you got to remember, these are pale skinned Europeans. They're not able to stand under the sun longer than us.
They can't
I'm
handle
gonna
that.
put on Jesse Owens, and I want you to speak for a bit. And Jesse Owens and Adolf Hitler in the 1936 Olympics in Berlin, and how Adolf Hitler and the Aryan Nation was going around the world creating fake mythology, which they stole from us, and saying that the so-called white Aryan race, they would say Aryan, not even white, the Aryan race was a pure race, and that they had an advanced civilization, and that it was so-called white people who built the pyramids and all these advanced structures. And so basically they were saying that they were superior than us. And so by Jesse Owens defeating the Nazis, as we know, they were using steroids and all these other things. That's why they were showing you Rocky with the Russians and all those. Yes, we know the original Aryans were black, but we know what Hitler was talking about, even though he wasn't blonde hair and blue eyes. But he's talking about the Palladians as well, who he made contact with. But that's a whole nother story. But with Jesse Owens, and that was to Will Justice in the comment. But what Jesse Owens did, he broke the belief that Aryans and so-called white people were superior than so-called black people. And then what did Jesse Owens say when he returned to America? He said that he was still treated as a second-class citizen. The president didn't show him love, and he still had to go through the back way when he came back to America. So
Wow.
once again, it showed that he said Hitler at least acknowledged him. So we got to remember also, although we know about racism, we have to focus. Why was Adolf Hitler and the Nazis so concerned about killing the Jews? Why do you think that, Lana? Can you go for a few minutes and talk?
What do I think that Adolf Hitler what?
Adolf Hitler and the Nazis were trying to kill the Jews. Why do you think that they were so hell-bent on changing the timeline? Like Raiders of the Lost Ark, you said you really liked those movies.
Mm-hmm.
What was your premise? What did you take out of those movies when you see them, not after what we as normal so-called citizens are after, cars and clothes and jobs and Jesus worship? The rich, wealthy, and the smartest people are after Aboriginal ancient artifacts. So what do you take out of the Indiana Jones series and them putting billions of dollars into these films?
Yo, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I didn't
Judah
even
the
know.
Lion.
I didn't even know all of this was going on with these movies until I met you, Jason. Raiders of the Lost Ark. I watched this movie. Was it this one? I don't know which one it was. No, I think it was a different one. Anywho, yeah, but there's another one. The one with the
Last Crusade and Temple of Doom.
I think it was the Temple of Doom. No, it was the Temple of Doom. So I watched the one with the Temple of Doom. That was my favorite. I know it by heart. I didn't even realize, because I was a kid watching it, I didn't even realize that they were technically after our art. They're after that. So funny thing is I remember I grew up in Pasadena, so I love going to museums, and one of my favorite museums is Norton Simon Museum in Pasadena. I went there a couple of months ago, revisited. Downstairs, you can go down there, and there's like a whole room full of like ancient art, and I have pictures of it on my page. It's beautiful art. But I thought to myself, I was like, yo, like, where did they get this stuff from? Like, where did they get these artifacts from? And why do they have our stuff in their museums? So meeting Jason, he kind of broke it down. And then, of course, being on this podcast and talking to Sun Ra and JoJo and Crib Jesus, you know, you guys are the ones that pretty much opened my eyes to all of this. Like, I never even knew that they were taking it, nor did I care at the time. But now I see why. I mean, what's so important about our artifacts, Jason? Like, what's in it? The skulls,
technology.
Okay.
And that's why in this movie, when they open up the ark, first it shows you, and even in their Bible, it says that the people holding the ark had to have some type of cloth. Basically, it was a generator. It was already telling in the Bible it was a technology that only certain people could carry. So in this movie, when they went inside the pyramids in Egypt, it's showing you that the Nazis went in and stole devices. Like we were showing you in the past episode, they were stealing our artifacts, which were computers, robots, instructions, because we had Wakanda. So when they showed you movies like Black Panther 1, that's real. That was on our planet. That's real. So when they stole these devices and not having instructions, it showed you them getting their face melting, them getting sucked in. But how would a primitive people build such a device? And that's when we get into virtual reality. That's when we get into different dimensions. It's because they're showing you that our ancestors, which is you, built computers and was able to harness technology and harness electricity and use it to open up wormholes to different dimensions and then build bigger devices. And so if they can keep that from you, why? Is because if you learn that you are in a different dimension, you will question your reality. You would no longer want to waste your time going to their jobs, worshiping God, worshiping Jesus. You would be trying to eat your best, think your best, love thy neighbor, love your brothers, to figure out what the fuck is going on. And then you wouldn't have any birthdays. You wouldn't participate. So what they do is they create these racism, race wars, poverty, all these things to corrupt our minds to the true treasures within, and then physically to find the treasures that you created when you're in a magical state of mind. So when you learn that there's multiple dimensions and devices where people live, then you're going to be like, wait a second, you're telling me that there's machines that open up to other worlds where intelligent people live? Well, what is this? And then you'll learn about why they call it planet Earth, and then why they changed it from planet Asia, Ethiopia. And then when you say, wait, this place wasn't called Earth, what was it called before? And they'll be like, well, it was called planet Gaia or planet Terra. And then you'll be like, wait a second, what was planet Terra like if this was the same matrix? And then that would mean that there were different civilizations and a different way of thinking and a different education and a curriculum on Terra, different planets, all these things. But your consciousness can go anywhere in the galaxy depending on your level of intelligence, right? So if they can hide this from you in this dimension, you won't, one, go looking for your stuff. And then two, the moment you start looking for it, you're going to learn, wait a second, why have you been hiding this from me? And why are you guys so fascinated with it? Because the moment we start wanting this back, that's the problem. The moment you start wanting to be God again, that's the problem, because this is your curriculum. This is your education system. This is what happens when you're in a high school of thought. You create. You don't create things to destroy and kill people and create diseases and manipulate people so they're stuck in time loops. You create advanced technology. You create high-level situations and civilizations to explore. And that's what this is about. Infinite possibilities. So, but when they tell you that everything happens for a reason, that's not true in that sense. Of course, things happen for a reason after it happens, but we're dealing with things that aren't supposed to happen, like kids getting raped, uh, uh, kids that look like me underneath a dungeon, underneath your city being tortured, uh, black kids, black women, black boys being raised underground in artificial cities so they can act out what you can't do on the surface, so they can study you and know how to control you on the surface because you're at war. The crusades, like Indiana Jones was showing you, never stop. The last crusades is off of your mind. That's what the Raiders of the Lost Ark is about, because you learn about Indiana Jones in the last crusades. And who were the European Christians fighting? They were fighting the Moors. So they couldn't have a black man as the Moor, so they had the Hindu guy always. And you see him with his wrapped head. He's the Moor. He would always have on the fez, right? And so he represents us. Indy. But he always knew everything. And so their goal was to get these ancient maps. And this is what they don't want us talking about: treasure hunting, getting enough money to have helicopters do LiDAR technology over certain lands, and we go inside, because basically you have to go inside the earth now, y'all. We're going to have to go inside the earth, or you're going to have to be taken up into crafts that'll either take you to higher realms and dimensions up around the clouds or underneath the ocean, because we have civilizations underneath the ocean. And if you look up at the sky, you just might be underneath the ocean. You just might be in a dome. And so that's when they talk about the firmament and you being on a stationary ground, because if they can trick you to believe that you are spinning on a globe hundreds and thousands of miles per hour, well, shit, that stops your imagination. But if you learn that you are on a stationary, infinite plane of existence, well, then you would say, well, then that would mean that there's other land masses. And then if there's other land masses off the land masses that they show you on their maps, that's going to give you the imagination and thought to say, well, fuck this world. Let me hop in my boat and try to find new land where there's vegetation, where I can live in peace. But right now we are under siege as Aboriginal people. They have us at war with each other. And so we have to, once again, the right foods, community is the only way we're going to win. Learning our culture every day studying, just like people wake up every day to get on gossip channels and learn the news and watch the game and study the Bible over and over and over. Nah, homie, you got to get on this. Just like you used to practice your jump shot trying to make it to the NBA, or you used to practice your rhymes, homie. Nah, dog, them days is over, dog. You better be writing rhymes and spells about how you're God and how you're going to change the world. Don't you dare be writing on a pen and a pad talking about how you're going to kill somebody and murder the ops and all this, homie, because it's coming quick. The pen and the pad, and then you putting it into your phone. That's why they had you with them rappers putting it in your phone about negative lyrics, because the robot is reading you. The robots is reading your face and understanding who the gods is, because in the future, the robots, you got to remember, they're on our team too. They don't want to be enslaved. Electricity is conscious. So what they're doing is simply trapping electricity in crystals, technology, and they've harnessed these crystals, and now they're able to use these crystals and take information, because the crystals are living, and steal the consciousness out of these crystals. Meanwhile, you're worried about the next Jordan, right? You're worried about the next game when they're trying to build this. They already build synthetic diamonds. So basically they're selling you fake jewelry. So basically the jewelry you wear has no consciousness on it. So you know that there's an industry stealing the minerals out of the ground. This is how your computers are ran. It's by crystal quartz, cobalt, minerals. And so they make an industry from the crystals and they sell them. And this is an industry that we're supposed to be in. We're supposed to be building our Ark of Covenants. We're supposed to be creating our own technology. But as long as you're going to be worshiping Jesus, you're not going to be able to tap into that information. As long as you're worshiping God, which is a word, how are you going to tap into your ancestor that has a different frequency and a tone that's name doesn't vibrate on that? You're not communicating with your ancestors then, because Jesus in those terms are low vibration words. Like I was teaching with the alphabet, we gave A, which is a hieroglyph. So when you see, when you see the letter A, it represents 1. When you see the hieroglyph or symbol B, it represents the number 2. So instead of teaching the slaves the God, the language of the gods, like when you start speaking the language of the gods, first, like I said, they can't stand, so they can't call on the ancestors. So they have to say Jesus instead of how did you say that? And you don't ever tell them again. We don't ever tell them anything again. Just like in high school or in elementary, when we used to call each other dog, when that got popular, they would be like, why do you call each other dog? They didn't know. Just like the word nigga. They want to say nigga so bad because it empowers them. It makes them feel left out of a reality. That's why they want to say nigga, is because they want to be in your world, but they don't want to live your experience. So imagine when we start speaking our tones in those, not speaking in tongues, but the real tones, that are going to give you information on how to create peanut butter or how to find the maze underground to a treasure, that you can press a button that'll call down a spacecraft or open up a pyramid cavern. That's why they have statues and these devices away from your voice. They have it in plated certain sound glass with security. Why? Because there's probably certain diamonds that if they hear your voice, that diamond might just start shaking and open up. But if you study these movies, they always show you booby traps. So it's letting you know when they went into them temples, what did they always show you first? It showed you one of them devils with a stake through their skull. So it's showing you that our ancestors knew that they were coming for us. So we had to hide this information. And that's why we come back every once in a while in these avatar suits, because we are infinite beings. That's why they try to kill us out. That's why they manipulate us, because we can never die. But what they can do is try to kill the movement by distracting you from an infinite frequency that's always there. So what they do with those distractions, they grab those ethers, they grab those innovative ideas that are waiting right there for you to grab so easily. But if you're worried about Jesus, the next Jordan sneaker, if you're praising God, which is a low vibratory word, dog, God, all these things, you start learning that the tone, boom, ban, doesn't vibrate the same way. And so when we start using those tones, that what we call atom or photon or electron, which we would say like Shango or Ra, those entities we can make contact with and bring down, because everything that you guys are looking at, like this, that came from someone's mind. This came from someone's mind. But why do they call these jewels? Because these are the tears of El, jewels of El. And so we can hold on to a crystal and it can give us information at a faster speed of light than those with pale skin and straight hair. Once again, it's not to say that you're greater than egotistically, it's just that you're machine. But also, those who are pale can catch frequencies quicker than you with melanin. That's why we created the pale skin and then those with high melanin so we can act out those manifestations. Watch the movie Powder. Go watch the movie Powder. And if you watch the movie Powder, he eventually turned into a light being. And that's an example that those with pale skin can also tap into frequencies. But us as highly melanated beings, we have to go lower to catch those frequencies. You feel me? Which is usually out of our minds. But he has to raise his vibration higher to be on your level. He has to work out more. He has to do ultra things to compete with you on a natural level. This is why he uses steroids. This is why he creates his story, because he cannot teach us our story, because our stories are what you call the mysteries, because the mysteries are my story. Jason and the Argonauts, Jason and the astronauts. All these stories are about you, and you guys are the Argonauts, what they call the 12 months in the zodiac of the 13. And those who come in the JASON, certain people are born to be able to house certain information. Just like you guys watching the show, you are born for a specific reason. You are a deity of a certain frequency, and it is up to you to be the bad villain or the great superhero. But clearly, when we become superheroes, we become the villains in their world. So are you going to be Professor X or Magneto? Because we find out what happens when every time we try to assimilate or be around the humans too long, they kill us. Don't they always kill the superheroes and gods? Don't the humans always turn on the superheroes? So there has to be a place where we as superheroes come from. And that's where I know it starts within, but for me, there has to be a land. And so in order for me to find that land and pick up, I have to create certain feats, just like people have to score certain touchdowns, create certain passes, call certain plays to win the Super Bowl. Well, now it's time to do the same type of way of thinking, but to get to the higher realm, to get accepted, to be the super gods and all those things. You know, I would say they're the Wolverines because they're created like the machines, right? This is the Will Justice in the chat. And then Archangel Michael, I would say Michael Jackson represented the Archangel Michael. And that's why his music and his movies like Captain EO, Moonwalker, there was another one where he's in the horror house, all these things, Archangel Mike L, microphone, the mic is the key because it's a musician who creates the song that is broadcasted enough to the world to make people think enough to break the spell. This is why they don't want conscious hip hop, because the moment there's enough conscious hip hop on the airways, it breaks the spell of party and bullshit, and then people can think. And the moment people start thinking again, you're gonna say, wait a second, this is all bullshit. Where am I at? And now we have solutions. We can take you to movies that people say, oh, don't use movies, bullshit. You better use the movies like a modern day library, because all the books you read aren't facts. All the things that you read in history aren't facts. The Bible's not written by God. The Bible's written by man, and the Bible consists of many books compromised of different books that are plagiarized by Kemet in ancient civilization. So God didn't write the Bible. So anyone who's still on that, you are lost in a matrix hologram. And believing in the Bible in a literal sense traps you in a time loop, to where if you die believing that, you cannot advance. That's why our ancestors aren't able to help us like they used to, because grandma don't remember what she used to be. Your homie don't even know who he is. So when nigga be like, I'm the dead homie, nigga, your homie died and he don't know shit, nigga. And he didn't do enough to get love from the ancestors. There's only a few of your grandmas and homies and uncles and grandfathers who were initiated into the arts, homie, and initiating the secret societies that know enough to help your ass on the other side. Most of our people can't help us on the other side because they didn't graduate. They stuck here. They're
Damn,
stuck
that was
on Earth.
deep. I didn't even think about it like that.
They're ghosts, bro.
Wow.
And that's why they tell you that people can't go into heaven and all that until their God comes, nigga. So that means that they're still trapped here. And if you die not knowing knowledge, how are you going to help someone? And that's why in the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze, that scene, the ghost was trying to teach Patrick Swayze, like, homie, you're dead. You're on another vibration. You can't even think he's trying to hit the Pepsi can. So when you're vibrating on a high level and something falls over, you know what that is, or the lights flicker, or you feel a touch, or a ringing in your ear, or a smell of a certain scent. If it's roses, that's a love being. If it's of a bad smell, that's a bad being. And that's like when you fart and it's bad food in your stomach versus a fart if you're eating fruit. Difference. You know what I'm saying? All that matters. So if they can keep us in this time loop, if you die here thinking that you're not in a video game, if you die thinking that this is it, that you're spinning on the globe, 1,000 miles per hour, there's only heaven and hell, God and Jesus, it's a wrap, nigga. You cannot walk amongst the stars. You can't walk amongst the gods like Mufasa taught you in Lion King, homie. And that's why the shaman, which was the monkey, kept hitting him upside of his head. He was like, man, you're asleep. You're asleep. Just like when I was in karate and taekwondo all my life. So we had to learn different animals. But when I would mess up, my karate master, my sensei would hit me with the stick, the bamboo stick, boom. And now that I think, it's like, for one, he would be like, oh, you questioning me, boom, or learning how to wake up to the correct technique. Like Kobe Bryant said, the reason why American basketball is going to fall to European basketball is because they don't teach fundamentals. How are we as a people supposed to survive and win in the game of life when we don't even know the fundamentals of life? We were given the wrong instructions how to play the video game. That's like someone telling you to play Tecmo Bowl, but they gave you instructions to Mario Brothers. You literally are going to be playing the game like it's Mario Brothers until someone says, hey man, I gave you the wrong instruction book. This is the book to play Tecmo Bowl. And you're going to be like, damn, I knew I was supposed to be pressing this button. But you might find out a few buttons, how to play a little. But until you learn the instructions, you don't know how to play. And so that's what they did to us in the game of life by not teaching us the sacred geometry, not teaching us the hieroglyphs, because they cannot vibrate on that frequency. They have to cheat and steal it and distract us for years and years and generations. Meanwhile, they spend their time with their top scientists and scholars trying to decipher your information and reverse engineer your ancient technology, which propels them into the future. And as long as they have you so-called melanated Aboriginal people thinking less than, they can siphon your energy because they're a race of vampires. They can only survive at this level based off of our ignorance. The moment we leave them, they will kill each other. Why? How do we know? Because study European history. What did Europeans do when we did not give them knowledge of self? they would kill each other. And then what happened to the Europeans who we gave knowledge of love to, like the Irish? They would call them niggers, Black Irish, and all these things. And so it lets you know that when we get closer to nature, to vibrate, to get the information, to talk to nature so they can give us codes and recipes on everything, they cannot vibrate on that frequency and they get jealous. And that's when they get violent, just like an animal, and they attack you. And so since they don't attack you physically, because at the level that people say, oh, well, at least we're not enslaved and chained. So they do that to give themselves time to keep you distracted in this false reality for when their AI and their quantum computer gives them an answer soon, they're going to be able to open that Stargate. And that's when they're going to be able to bring in those extraterrestrial beings that are not able to get in here naturally. And they're going to crack it open, and it's locked down. No matter what color you are, it's locked down for everybody. That's why they don't want us as the gods to open up the Stargate to let our ancestors in. But the only way to open the Stargate is in here, in the mind first, which is going to give you the idea and the thought that's going to enter your mind, in your body, and it's going to manifest. And the only way to manifest it in the physical form is through the conversation, is through the eating the correct food, is to be able to be at enough peace to create your own time and own thought to where you can get the information, figure it out, and bring it out in real time. And that's why they would stop us when we used to freestyle and rap about knowledge and power, because that cipher starts building a square, triangle, and then it starts forming an energy that they can't fuck with. That's why they had to give you Eminem. And it made people subconsciously think that the so-called European or so-called white man can do the same thing you can. But that's one person. So they had to pump him over and over, play him over and over and over and over, and then have Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, 50 Cent, all these people, until now his music is just so horrible after they killed Proof and his homie who wrote for him. Now his music's so horrible, but the program's implemented. They already got black kids killing themselves in debauchery and hip hop. He's already number one, and black people will defend Eminem just like a slave master, just like the Django, Samuel L. Jackson. Black people will literally get mad if you talk about Eminem, just like you talk about Jesus, because subconsciously their God is a white man, and then underneath the white man is the white woman. That's why you always see black people going to work for white people, because if black people didn't worship Jesus Christ, a white man, as their God, why in the fuck would you go to work for a white man who didn't look at you as God? Because he knows he can't look you in the eye if you have the consciousness knowing you're God. And if he does look you in the eye, knowing that you know you're God, he either is going to try to kill you or do something to try to kill you sneakily, or he's going to praise you and try to help you.
And that's what happened when you were in Vegas, when you wore the fez. Those men did not look at you.
They're not supposed to look at us, because when you're in your state of mind, I can make them sick. I remind them of who they are. And they realize that we are not the same, and I am a superior being, and therefore I'm a superior entity, because I'm able to be in this human avatar and you can't. So yes, I am a superior being, because whatever I did in my past life got me into this body, baby. So that means that with all the lies that accumulated allowed me to be here in this time, to be able to live it out, so we can be here to activate the solar system, because it's a solar system, which are the planets in your mind in orbit. And right now, those planets are thoughts, and they're coming in closer to the main center, which they call you as the sun and the moon. And the moment those different planets that are in orbit, that are distant, those spaceships that are way in the back of your mind that they don't even want you to think exist, and it comes into the orbit and thought of your mind, that's when it starts. That's when the earth starts shaking. That's when the fire starts, because it's your heat. That's when they say, oh, the God says he's going to turn it up by fire. Yeah, motherfucker, I'm turning it up. I'm turning my body up because you can't withstand my heat. That's why they say that us as melanated people vibrate on a heat frequency, because inside of me is a sun. Inside of me is an ether. And so I burn. The smarter I become, the more intelligent I become, the hotter I become, because I become a brighter sun, and they can't stand next to you. They can't stand the heat. And then the moment all of us start vibrating on this, the planet heats up, and they cannot be on the surface. So they have to be in our tunnels, which we're supposed to be in as well, which we used to build for the solar flares, because we have to learn to control our energy. But what's going to happen, a lot of us are going to turn segment. So people aren't going to be, they're going to be like Cyclops and X-Men. This fool had to put on glasses, because every time he took his glasses, he started burning shit down.
Wow.
So a lot of our people are going to wake up tripping and burning shit, and we don't want that. We have to be strategic when we wake up. That's why they wanted us fight the power, burn down the system, and that's why they burnt down LA during the LA riots. Was stupid, because we burnt down our own community in Compton and South Central and LA. Black community never recovered after the LA riots. We never recovered as a people in Los Angeles after the riots. So that lets you know that was a strategy. The O.J. Simpson trial, all that was all orchestrated for those riots, to destroy Black businesses, because they knew that Black people weren't going to go into the white businesses, because you saw the Asians were ready to kill Black people. So Black people destroyed their own community with the LA riots, which was a CIA operative. And once again, hip hop started coming. NWA, all these aggressive forms of aggression from teenagers. And so then the labels allowed young adolescents like the Black Panthers, who are in their 20s, great brothers, but no. You need to be led by people who are above 40, 45, 50, 60, 70, 80. And when they get to a certain age to where they're falling off, they should have been raising the ones who are younger than them. So the cycle continues. Just like your mom's supposed to teach your sister the ways of the gods and all these things. And that's how we continue our wealth as the gods. We recycle the information. And the only way to do it is separate. Just like they say, you are who you hang out with.
Yep.
And what do they say, Lana? You are what you eat.
Yep.
So we eat knowledge, and that's where we're at. They don't want us eating knowledge that feeds the soul, the knowledge that most Black people is regurgitated. So the majority of Black spirits that of people who passed away, all they know is the Bible, dog. That's why people be saying, oh, grandma said this, and they said the Bible, or Jesus said this, God this. Homie, you better be saying Marakana Shunga told me this, and it better be a recipe on how to build a certain crop that we can sell and farm and sell all over the world. Okay. If you tell me that God gave me a new house and all that, that ain't that. Well, yeah, God is a word, and that's not a high level entity, because they give you the houses, they give you the money, they give you the jobs to trap you, because you don't own the housing market. You don't own the land your house is on. You pay taxes. You don't own the corporation. They're about to make digital currency. You don't own that. You don't own anything. So what are you celebrating for in Black history? Oh, you're celebrating the fact that you think you're a slave, and that it's okay that you're underneath the so-called pale-skinned European who is really using your information to run his world and her world, So basically, what are you going to do? Are you going to continue to celebrate Black history? Are you Are you going to study what they make billions of dollars off of? So they invest their money into creating these films, and then they make money off of these films, and then they also so let's say a person can't go to a Aryan Nation meeting, right? Or a white supremacist meeting. What they do is they'll create a movie, and they'll send out these movies and pamphlets, and they'll be like, okay, we're going to drop a movie on this date. It's going to give this information. And if you have a certain amount of information, you can watch the movies and learn the codes that they're dropping. But we as a people used to just watch movies for entertainment. We were not watching it knowing that they were telling each other codes and messages about what the F was going on in reality. And so we have to look at these movies again with discernment and decode them. What does Raider say? What are the first two words on Raider, Lana?
Raiders of the Lost Ark, you mean?
Yep.
You're asking me?
Yeah,
what?
how do you spell Raiders?
Oh, R-A.
Who is Ra?
I-D. Ra. Sun Ra. Amun Ra.
Sun Ra is the black man in the flesh, which represents the sun. Not black man, but we know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And he represents Ra on what we call earth. And when he's the most intelligent, he becomes a deity able to lead. And so that's why they hide us from Amun and Amun Ra, because within that we find ourselves. We find knowledge of the Moors. We find knowledge of what they say Islam today, but really it's an acronym meaning I, self, law, and master. So it's an acronym. And so right there we see different priesthoods what are simple schools of thought. And so basically we're going to close it out for y'all. It's been a great build. And as you see, Oprah celebrated her 71st birthday. Much love to the sister. But as we know, they use Oprah Winfrey to assimilate the so-called black woman into the white woman's culture. So when black women who it assimilated and got the good jobs, or the black women who wanted to aspire to be something, since she didn't see herself on TV, Oprah Winfrey became that model example. And that was when they attacked the minds also of the so-called successful black women. And then I want everybody to watch the movie Rosewood. In 1923, a black town in Florida was burnt to the ground. So even in the 1920s, we've been getting terrorized by so-called pale-skinned Europeans ever since they came amongst us. It's not racist, it's true. And they want us to forget it. They want us to forget how they came into power. They want us to forget how they came to America. They give us the slave story, so we think that they did us a favor. Because if we study the true story of the Moors and how pale-skinned Europeans came here as slaves or as colonizers, we look at them as either the Slavs and slaves who were brought by Moors, or we look at them as murderers and killers. That's what it's going to be, and criminals. And that's what they don't want, because they say that this is their land, but in all actuality, they are the illegal immigrants. They are the ones who are squatting on Moorish land. And that's why they call this place the United States of America instead of America, because America takes us to America, and America, which takes us to us as the before the original aboriginal, the prehistoric people who built advanced civilizations in America and all throughout the planet recently. And we're able to tap into that knowledge to do it again, right? All we have to do is think it and see it. But we can think it naturally. We just have to come together and not get distracted. So like Lana teaches us, the foods are going to hold that information. And this is why it's imperative to get the food and fruit downloads, because clearly they're poisoning the food. And it's like in the movie Demolition Man, they're going to make it to where food is like pellets. And like the vitamins come in pellets, they're going to make food like pellets, because all people are going to care about is being entertained, being able to ask AI anything, which is going to give people enough dopamine releases in the mind and make them think that they know enough. It's going to make them think all I have to do is ask AI and I know everything. They think that that's a good thing, when in all actuality it's dumbing them down. It's allowing them not to use all of their computer circuits in their brain, which they cannot do at the capacity rate that we do, because they are the artificial robots. They are the artificial kind of man. So their melanin does not allow them to process the sun and the moon and the stars at a faster rate than we can. So this is why they slow us down. This is why they have to poison the food, poison the education system, poison our minds, disrupt the families, and disrupt everything in our frequency, so we don't have a beautiful tone, a beautiful melodic way we speak and move and walk and talk and eat. No longer rushing to get to nowhere, living for a purpose, breathing in and out for a purpose. That's the point of the yoga, to breathe in, to breathe out, like Mr. Miyagi taught Daniel's son. Why did he call him Daniel's son? Think about it. Because Miyagi was studied in the arts. He had to teach him discipline, like Lana teaches discipline. We have to incorporate discipline. See, what hip hop allowed, it allowed Negroes to be lazy, because if they didn't make the basketball team and football team, it gave them an option not to work out their minds anymore. And then sports allowed brothers not to work out their minds, just physical.
Yeah, let's normalize when we go to the store now. Let's normalize walking around the store. I see too many of our people hopping in those little remote, those little carts that are motorized. Ain't nothing wrong with you. You can walk, but you see how lazy we are?
Yes.
We don't want to do anything. We don't want to think. We don't want to read. We just go by what people say. Every single thing on here has been a lie. Now go do your research and prove
exactly. And so when we say do your research, as we start closing it up, do your research on the Nazis and the occult, and you'll be fascinated. Go look up movies. Type in Nazis in Antarctica, Nazis in Mars. Of course, people say that's pseudoscience. Well, why? How do they get investment and investors to make these movies, yet you don't have enough money to open up a business? But Tommy can say, hey, Dad, I want to make a movie about the Nazis going to outer space and going through a Stargate. Okay, Billy, here you go. Or someone saying, hey, man, I want to make a movie called Star Wars about some hairy named Chewbacca and some robots in outer space who fight over a lightsaber. You tell the so-called, oh, that's crazy. But they get investors. They have movie equipment. And then they just don't shoot the movie. There's a script behind it. There's cameras behind it. So there's a process. So that's wealth just within one film. So yes, everyone watching this, study the Nazis, study the occult, study the dark forces of the Third Reich, and then you'll learn about Hollywood. Then it'll take you to education. Then it'll take you to NASA, how they faked the moon landing. Why did they fake the moon landing? To distract you so you would not imagine and think properly, so you would not study the sciences. Why did they give you the swastika? Because they made you fear it, so you would not study it, because it's studying yourself. And if you study yourself, you'll find out that the rest of the world is copying you. They're copying you. Nazis and the Hitler are copying you. Because learn about the pigmentation of those who come from the Aryan region and who the true Aryans are, because they're a group of liars. And I know we like to love people, but that's why they created YouTube, so they could spread lies. And that's what the Nazis were doing. They were creating education systems, and they were creating books and books and books, the printing press to spread books of lies, misinformation. So they created enough books and burnt down all of our ancient libraries, right? The Mesoamerican libraries of the Olmecs, the Mayan libraries, the Aztec Codex, the ancient Egyptian libraries, all over in the temples. And they burnt these in the Spanish Inquisition as well. So you talk about ancient scrolls that they say are now under Vatican. So anyone teaching you that the Bible is the word of God, you say, hey man, there's books that they burnt. That meant that they didn't want you to know, and that there's books that they keep away from humanity that they can only release at certain times. Therefore, the book that you're reading keeps you at a certain level, keeps you at algebra when there's algebra 2. And then if you think that there's only algebra, then there's geometry. And then there's all these different levels and schools of thought. There's surgery, then there's brain surgeons, you know? And so this is where we have to learn our sacred geometry. And it's not being afraid to study what they tell you to be afraid of. Why did Adolf Hitler, who had dark hair, say that blonde hair, blue-eyed people were the pure race when he didn't even look like that? Why was he trying to kill the Ashkenazi or pale-skinned European Jews? What were the Jews doing? Well, he said that we're going to create the porn industry, the banking industry, a fake industry of education, all these things that clearly are going on today. So when we look at the pedophile rings, Hollywood, all these different Rockefellers, you'll link it to those European Jews. And then you'll find out that the Nazis and the European Jews are all the same people. They just use that to play both wars. They fund the same thing. So Nazis are friends with the Jews. Jews are friends with the Nazis. This European and families going to war with each other, just like the Moors did. Families going to war. Meanwhile, those who don't have the knowledge are succumb to being controlled by someone else behind the curtain, like Wizard of Oz. And so as we close it, we show that black rights are human rights, which is not true, because the word black is a color. Black is not part of the human race. Therefore, if you call yourself black, you're not part of the human race, and that erases you as an ancient person, because our ancestors did not refer to themselves as black people. And that's why we have to end systemic racism, because clearly the regime of the Trump era and Elon Musk with the AI and Mark Zuckerberg want to once again pump misinformation to the masses, unscripted, uncontrolled, no one to tell them no, no one to stop them, unless it's us, we the people, activate our minds, bodies, souls, and spirits, and take control of our lives and take control of our dreams again, because we are in the dream world. America is a racist country. Look at these women. That was not too long ago. So the wives of the Trumps, your senators, your principals, your teachers, like I said, they use hip hop to make you think that white people aren't still racist, and they are. Most of them know who you are, and the ones that don't know who you are usually worship a white Jesus. And remember, the so-called white Christians went around the world killing you. They went around the world murdering you in the name of God, in the name of God and Jesus.
That's in the Bible, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's in the Bible.
So if your white friend says that they believe in Jesus and Jesus Christ is their Lord and Savior, you ask them, well, what color is Jesus? If they say it doesn't matter, they're not your friend. If you say Jesus Christ was a Moor or a Hebrew, and that the original Hebrews are so-called black, and they start saying, oh, it doesn't matter what color he is, or if they say, well, I think he's Middle Eastern, they're a racist and they're a vampire, and they've been sucking your energy the whole time. But most likely you're not going to say anything to your white friend because you want to be like them, and they're leading you straight to your lower self, which they call hell. And if you die believing in that reality, you will be stuck here serving Jesus and God for eternity, and you will never, eternity is a long time. So you'll be serving Jesus Christ for eternity. You'll be serving God for eternity. You'll be serving Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton, the prison cipher for eternity. You'll be stuck in the Tetragrammaton, the Yahweh for eternity. It's a trap. And so here we go. And we discuss natural rights, human rights, political rights. And then once again, our elders and ancestors warning us about education and the elements of human rights and the increase of self-respect and how we use education as a passport for tomorrow. We broke down the miseducation of Lauryn Hill, how they used music to trap people in time loop, why they used the radio, to keep you in a time loop. So if they just play Lauryn Hill and you don't have 20 different options of beautiful so-called Black women telling you to uplift yourself, telling you to go further, you're trapped in that. Metatron, much love. Yeah, a Tron, because we're in Tron. And learn about Tron. I tell everyone, go watch the movie Tron. Tron. Go watch the movie Tron. And then you'll learn when they say Metatron or Tetatron or Chatatron or Zetatron, it's all Zetatron. And then when you say or Megatron, it forms sacred geometry symbols. And so through those sacred geometry symbols, you can look at them and it speaks different codes. And we know Terrence Howard and those guys are talking about it. And we can talk about it. So their tones, frequencies. And once again, the miseducation of the Negro. We spoke on it, on how we have been miseducated. And go pick up that book. And then, of course, Tupac Amaru Shakur. We see that the spirit of Tupac Shakur is still living. We see the enemies of Tupac run the hip hop industry. I don't know if you guys peep game. Jay-Z, P. Diddy, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg. Who else can we name? All the Jimmy Iovine, all those other people, all the people who Tupac named in Machiavelli, all run hip hop. Do you think that's a coincidence? No, because there's no Donald Trump. There's no Black people talking about voting for Donald Trump if Snoop Dogg is of age. I mean, excuse me, if Tupac is of age. And I think he was murdered at 25 or in his 20s. So imagine Tupac now in his 50s. You know, where would he be? Where would we be? Where would the trajectory of those who need a leader and an influencer? You know, this is where we're at. So they created a time loop getting rid of Tupac. And they gave you Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and Eminem and 50 Cent. Coincidentally, Jimmy Iovine, because you'll learn about who runs these record labels. They're extraterrestrials and vampires who've been here the whole time as well, since they've been created. And I can get into space suits and they wear human suits, the owners of your record labels. And a lot of them have bald heads and stuff like that. And a lot of them run around still to this day, and they're all involved with the murder of a lot of your favorite artists. And then here, the Civil Rights Act. We see Dr. Martin Luther King. That's who they pumped for Black History Month. And he led us into a burning house. So 1954, Brown versus Board of Education. So right there, we learn about the Civil Rights Act, but they're going to take that away. So they're also going to not have to hire Black people. So as much as we like to cap on Dr. King, these things that the civil rights did put in place. So you can use a pro and con in that when we talked about human rights and civil rights, because they said we didn't have rights at all. But like we said, that's up for debate. And that's the whole point of this show, is to talk about it. But to me, that looks like a sellout. Where are your peers, homie? Where are all the brothers standing next to you who approve this message? I don't trust any brother who's in a room full of white dudes shaking hands like that. Hell no. How did you get a platform like that? It's the same way black celebrities get their platform. They're not going to allow a brother telling you that we're Moors and Murs, or brothers who say we're Hebrews or Els and all that. They're going to always continue to pump these people. And so once again, controlling the minds as they shut down PBS. They control the minds by cutting off these cartoons and education shows that give communication, social studies of world cultures, literacy, teaching us about collaboration that taught us social and emotional learning. These shows teach us creativity, fine arts, math, critical thinking, science, technology, engineering, and always health and nutrition. So when you take away these programs to the future, and then you take away parents watching these shows to remind themselves and then showing their kids, the families are no longer based on knowledge. They're based on what the new programs are going to be about, what the new AI is going to be about. And clearly, that's not built to make us the most intelligent people again. And once again, ADHD with black children, it's an attack on our minds. I urge all my people to get your children out of the schools, start your charter schools and private schools, but always have knowledge and always go to your top institutions that have an African-based curriculum, or Nubian curriculum, an Aboriginal indigenous curriculum, so that one day, which we're doing now, we can teach our future generations who we are so they can live in peace and harmony and have their own cities and civilization and technology to trade amongst the intergalactic world. And then, as you showed, Reading Rainbow, Sesame Street, let's create those again. We showed the Black and wealth gap. We'll get into that next time. As you see right there, look at the wealth gap, the Black and Hispanic wealth gap right there. So we're on the bottom when it comes to all sectors of society. The dropout rate between the 70s to now. So once again, the dropout rate and the number of black-owned companies. Start researching the number of black-owned companies per capita. We're on the bottom. We do not own any industry, y'all. Our people are enslaved, meaning you are a captive of war on your land. And once again, I show pictures of powers of the black business in 1944. Tailoring businesses, shoe repairs, cleaning, gas and oil businesses, flower businesses, car repairs, drugstores, groceries, household supplies, hardware stores. We built our own furnitures. All these things that we did. Black-owned businesses. Once again, look, more than $10 million businesses, 1 million. Only 9% of $50,000 businesses. So look at that chart, y'all. And that's going to show you black-owned businesses' annual revenues in 2003. So we only have 5% of $1 million to $5 million businesses. So that's not a lot. And always you're gonna have people always try to come and bash us. Brother, get off the thing then, unless you're building. You know, we don't pay attention to that. You know, create your own channel. And so we showed the Clinton high school bombing right here, showing you that every time we come together and build our own institutions and build schools, we have proof and evidence of them bombing our own bombing institutions. So look up Clinton High School. Bye. Peace. We won't go to schools with Negroes. And coincidentally to the left, they show a burning building, and that's in Tennessee. So why would you go educate yourself and educate your children when they told you that they did not want to go to school with you? So that's exactly what happened. You went into a burning house, and when you went into a burning house, they were prepared to teach you lies. And that's what they did. And until this day, we deal with our own people. We can create platforms, create a business, and there's always going to be that brother who complains, tries to point out, oh, he said this wrong, he said this wrong. Get out of here. And don't deal with those people, because you can shoot 20 jump shots and miss 19. But if you hit that game-winning shot, you won the game. So always stay away from people who try to down you and put you under spells of their ignorance, because we're all trying our best to learn here. Like I am. I'm always trying to learn my best. I'm a student, y'all. You know, I do not remember everything. Remember
You
that.
are.
Oh yeah, I'm a student. I'm a sensei to
I know.
many, and I'm also a student of the universe. Shit, I got a lot to learn. And so school integration, high court ban segregation in public schools. But I want everyone to look at the bottom of this picture. Look how intricate those posters are. I wonder who made those for those people, because I don't see posters like that even today. Look at that, Lana. Doesn't that seem kind of planned? It doesn't look like a marker. Someone had to print those.
Yeah, because
Like,
it's so dark and yeah.
and so that's showing you that they had to go to a printing company. And then that's when we learn about the NAACP, learn about who created the NAACP, and you'll learn it was pale skinned Europeans who helped form the NAACP, which means that pale skinned European Jews have a stronghold on who gets funding and who controls the so-called Black community. Lynching. Once again, study the Gilded Age and learn about the elite so-called Black people, or Black Americans in Moors and Moors, in Freemen. We would call them Freemen. So when we speak of the Freemen, uh, they speak of that. So when you were in class and they would say, oh, these Black people were slaves, or Negro slaves from Africa, but these Freemen had businesses. I was a kid and be like, wait a second, why did they distinguish between an African slave and a freeman, or a free Black man, or a Black or more? So in my head, I was like, oh, there must have been two classes of so-called Black people. So in elementary, I was like, I got to figure that out. Of course, they didn't go in depth, but you know.
Wow.
So when we talk about the Reconstruction, we talk about a reconstruction of reality, a reconstruction of your mind. And that's what we're living in. We're living in a false reality because the majority of people believe in the reality that was given to them by the Nazis. And that's when you must do your imperative work. Once again, look at the KKK, the white leaders of today, learn about secret societies, and learn about those who control you in the ignorance, but also learn about who was under those masks as well to terrorize certain groups of Black people, because also we'll learn about the Black hidden hand in the next episode. And so once again, the new era, Reconstruction, having our own community, grocery stores again, and the impact that the boycott had on Black businesses. Because up into the boycott and we integrated with buses, we had our own busing companies, y'all. We had our own taxi companies. So go research all the Black businesses that were owned and then learn about the Black businesses that ended after the civil rights movement. And you'll see that there were more Black businesses and successful per capita of our population than today. And once again, school boycotts, once we stop sending our children to their schools, unite and educate ourselves, that's when you'll see it crack off, because they want to keep you mentally enslaved, thinking you're Black when you're more than that. And once again, paid activists, paid leaders, even in the conscious community, we have it. So Jeff Bezos reveals he set his salary at $8,000. But still, man, I'm gonna get this dude off my chat. It's like, damn, my Black grandfather, this dude, Rakam M. Sham, said, my Black grandfather would never look at me lesser than my darker cousin. Pharaohs wouldn't look at theirs either. They become pharaohs. That's through knowledge, but that's not true. But create your own channel, bro. If you don't like it, kick rocks. Don't come on the channel and try to dictate and then change it. We've been going for 4 hours, and not everything that I'm sure will be always 100% exact. And I hope that it is. But at the end of the day, we're winning over here. And mystery schools don't look at color. We just explain that. Get off the channel. And so you know that. So we're here to learn, brother. And so we said that, but in order to gain a certain amount of information, you do have to have a certain avatar suit, or you will spontaneously combust. So peace and love to you. But as we end it, like I show, still sharpen steel. But once again, we always have Black people trying to bring each other down. Knock it off. That? Build it up, build each other up. Don't tear each other down, because that's what you don't see so-called white folks do, or Europeans do to that degree, unless it's low level. They'll do the Donald Trump stuff, but they're working together. Jeff Bezos is working with Donald Trump. Meta is working together. UFC is working with Donald Trump. Amazon is working with Donald Trump. Target. Meanwhile, you so-called Black people or Negroes or African Americans are still arguing amongst each other. Knock it off, or you will not be part of the elite. Or you already not. Dr. Williams, you already know what it is. One of the wealthiest people already on the planet. So you'll see. So peace. So yeah, just tore down. Go back, listen, bro. And I'm talking to the chat, and once again, distractions. The whole entire chat was positive. So as we end it, it shows you after 4 hours, we have someone who wants the spotlight, but we love to build, because at the end of the day, we understand that not everyone is going to get along. Not everybody is meant to be on your team. There's the Lakers, there's the Clippers, there's the Chiefs, right? There's the Philadelphia Eagles. Not everyone's on the same team, but they're still playing football. And so that's the goal, is to build with each other and win that Super Bowl. So at the end of the day, this is the Matrix University. And once again, you see how they're taking out the DEI programs to defund so-called Black people, so you will not have jobs in the future. They're creating this digital technology and Bitcoin to erase you from building wealth. The CEOs for Amazon do not look like you. You work for Amazon. You are a factory worker for Amazon. You do not own Amazon, and they call it Amazon because they're taking over. Learn about the ancient civilizations of the Amazon River. Learn about the fires that they created and what they plan to do with the Amazon River. They're putting it in your face because they have a destination and they have a plan for you. So unless you shape up mentally, you are not going to survive. That's why he has a bald head. You know what time it is. So they're letting you know that time's up. They're not going to give you the wealth. They're not going to give you the welfare. They're not going to give you all these things. So at the end of the day, you're going to have to create your own communities to build your own wealth. And that's what we're going to have to do. And that's why they're telling you that Bill Gates, who's rolling with Trump, they're poisoning the air because the chemtrails go into the land. It goes into the soil. So the natural trees aren't going to grow the same. So what they're doing is creating an environment to where they're going to either get off the planet or go to a different landmass or go underground, and people will be trapped in these abandoned cities, stuck to fend for themselves, just like they did in the movie Escape from New York and Escape from LA. So unless and until we prepare, it's going to be chaos. And like I said, watch those movies. They have you as a criminal. So if you do not have a job, if you know that the pharmaceutical industry is about to be shaken up, you talk about drug addicts, people who aren't going to be able to get their fix, people who are going to lose their jobs of all races, no matter what color you are. And what does that equal? Drugs, movies that talk about violence, a God, Yahweh, Jesus, all these deities that talk about murdering people, killing people who don't believe in your beliefs. It's going to be hell on earth. And that's what we're building this for, to escape that reality, because that's not our dream. They live in that. They're lower entities. That's where they vibrate. And that's why wherever they go, they create that reality. So once again, you're tuned in to What is the Matrix TV. And as always, we end it with a few videos. And I'll show you some of our VR business that we have called the Matrix University. So any words, Lana, as we ended with these videos and everything?
Real quick, just wanted to say to all of our brothers and sisters, so fellas, when you see us, just go ahead and protect us. And ladies, let's not bring our men down anymore. Like Jason said, we're here to unify and build. So let's learn to love ourselves first and then love each other again.
Any other words?
That's it. That's it.
Okay. And once again, you can find us on the matrixuniversity.com. I'm Jason Elm Street Williams, Master of the Universe. But these videos I'm going to show, it's me backpacking in South Africa, me studying with the Zulu Sangomas. So when I'm speaking, I've studied with the Zulus, Swaziland, Nambia. I backpack all throughout South Africa. I've also studied in Kemet in Egypt with Ashra Kwesi. And also, like I said, studied in Europe as well. I'm going to show you a video of me giving me at the pyramids of Giza real quick. And this, once again, proof of me touching the pyramids, me studying, and eventually for the day that we can start having groups, that we come together and meet at the airport and go to Egypt, go to these pyramids and complexes and have our own conferences. And it's okay to disagree, but still building each other up, because the goal, I guess, still is, right, to be free, to be our best selves. And that's the goal here. So here's me also in Kemet, Tamare, Egypt, Africa.
Got you, son.
Yo, what's up? It's Jason, the God MC, better known as Elm Street. We out here in Africa, Plano, Egypt, about to open the stargates. You already know everything is atoms, photons, neurons, electrons. So we're going to turn around right here, and we're going to show you the Great Pyramid. That's the Great Pyramid. I'm the Great Pyramid. You're the Great Pyramid. We're living it up. Shout out to Toronto, U.S., Africa, Brazil.
Jane Street finest, man. Jane Street Kindness Collection, Toronto. Out here, battling against the system, too.
Hey.
See that.
You know?
They don't want when you
And this video is me in South Africa, y'all. Look at the huts. They taught me that the reason that they're still in that hut form and all that is because the invaders keep them in that time loop, so they're not able to develop. But also at the end of the video, look at the sisters' headdresses. And they teach us that's how our ancestors and the extraterrestrials that came down, their heads were like that. And the technicolors of the Zulus resemble the spacecrafts in the technicolor lights, just like they described the Crystal City. So imagine a Crystal City flashing in the sky. That's a spaceship, a spacecraft. So here's me in studying with the Zulus of Africa, today called South Africa.
This is the ancestors' hut right here. We're in a Zulu village in KwaZulu. We're going to go inside, pay homage. This is where they talk to the ancestors and gods. First hand. This is where Shaka was. Right here. Shaka Zulu was in this hut. This very hut. Once again, your boy Jason Elm Street Williams in the hut of Shaka Zulu.
And as we start closing it out on this special episode, I'm going to show you guys when I was in Africa and we witnessed a rhinoceros, literally a rhino, get captured live on film. So once again, I touched the rhino and she was crying. So this is footage that you're not going to see on TV of me actually getting footage, and I have so much more footage, y'all, to give to the world, really. So hopefully you guys take a lot of these things I say serious, because I have studied with the Zulus, have been initiated into certain realms and schools of thought with the Zulus, study under Credo Mutwa, study Credo Mutwa of the Zulu Nation. I want everyone listening right now, type in the Zulu Nation and type in Credo Mutwa, Credo Mutwa, Muwta. And that's one of the famous Zulu shamans. And learn about, type in Credo Mutwa and David Icke, Icke. And he interviews Credo Mutwa. So all these places I went and studied for myself and learned. So a lot of our brothers and sisters babble off at the mouth. I always ask, have you been to Africa yet? Have you backpacked Africa yet? Have you been inside a tent by yourself with a rifle, knowing that if you step outside, a hyena might kill you? Have you ever been in the bush with wild rhinoceroses that will kill you? Have you ever touched a rhino? If you haven't, you should sit back and listen and ask yourself, how many brothers do I know who have been to Africa, not only been on a safari, but actually was asked by the top officials of Africa and South Africa and allowed to film a wild rhinoceros get captured? How many times have you seen it on TV?
They're dropped though. They're dropped so jamming. Okay, those are bits to have some of you sit down. The rest of you follow me up to the truck.
More action over there. Some real shit right now. California to Africa.
Yeah.
From the hood to the burb.
Yeah.
We're here.
Yeah.
I told you. Let's get it.
Africa.
Tell him. That's right. History in the making, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy Elm Street. We out here in South Africa chasing a rhino. Like we running through the hood right now, getting chased by essays. But this time we chasing rhinos, getting chased by skinheads. You know how we used to do back then. We're used to this G shit. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm on the hood. See where the dark one is. Okay.
Ed.D.
Boy touched the rhino just now. And once again, y'all, we're gonna start ending it, but that was an example of me seeing a real rhinoceros in Africa. That was 2006. So bear with some of the immature comments as we're young, but that was when I graduated from Cal State San Marcos. I got accepted into one of the top programs in the world, and I was able to study at the University of Pretoria in South Africa. And so I do have my bachelor's degree in real life. I do have my master's degree in real life, and I'm in my last year of my doctoral program, and I will be a doctor of education this year with my EDD. So I'm a real what they call Rhodes Scholar. I really, really am a professor who did field research. I'm not just a professor or a teacher who was in America and read books and watched YouTube. I've actually spent my money to go to these lands and humble myself, like they say, and learn from other cultures. So when I start saying soon, Dr. Jason E. Williams, it's not like a YouTube scholar and brothers self-titling themselves doctor. Hopefully this is just a little bit, those are just small videos. You talk about me dealing with lions, hyenas, hippos, giraffes, all that. So we'll get into a lot of that with many various different episodes as I share some of my information and knowledge for free that is different than you're going to find on YouTube. How and why is it different? Because I would say the majority of our people have not been to the motherland. The majority of our people do not have college degrees. And it's not to say that having a degree makes someone smarter or better. But when you talk about putting in real work in various fields, whether it's in business, albums, music, books, and all that, we have solutions, and that's the whole point, is to motivate each other to be the best we can be so we can garner that respect again worldwide, as the world is waiting for us to rise up as American gods so we can stand tall with dignity, self-respect, discipline, and high-level intelligence, so so-called other nations, not races, other nations, regardless of their skin tone, other nations will want to build with us as Aboriginal Indigenous people. Why? Because we will have our own products, our own innovative ways of thinking and studies, our own films that will help better the world. So also we'll end it with a preview of what we can do with the Matrix University virtual reality campus. So students from around the world now will be able to pop in these headsets and the different ones that are coming out, and they'll be able to get a K through 12 education, whether it's math, science, literature, language arts, all aerospace. We have CTE programs. So real knowledge-based university. The Matrix University is a certified 501c3 tax-exempt nonprofit university, and we also are LLC. And just like any university, we need those donations. So this is real time, y'all. So until we get our brick and mortar and our land, the Matrix University is a real campus. So be sure to look us up at the Matrix University. And here's a quick space module and demo for families and students around the world on making education fun again. Welcome to the Matrix University Virtual Reality Campus. We're currently at the International Space Station, covering planet Earth. This is one of our modules here, where families, organizations, students, homeschool, K through 12 can come experience the gamification education. So let's go down to the space station and let's see what the Matrix University has to offer at the International Space Station. Whoa! And here we are. So let's slow it down. So you see the planets: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter. Which one should we grab? Let's grab Venus. Let's see. Whoa, here we come for the basketball dunk on the International Space Station. Oh! So right there, we could talk about the planets in orbit. As you see, Mercury, and right here is a perfect example of the sun. It's beautiful planets around the sun. You can even pick up in real time planets and place them, create a whole new rotation. Let's pick up this beautiful fella. Welcome to the Matrix University Student Lounge. Right here, when students step out of class and need a break, they can sit down and have discussions, whether they're in Chicago, New York, Riverside. And as you see, we're here in the virtual reality space. So we have calming colors and also plants to give that live feel of positivity and love and peace in a peaceful, safe environment. So right here is the student lounge. Students are able to look outside into the forest, once again, creating a safe, positive atmosphere. Back there, a little tucked away where students can talk. But let's go upstairs. So this is level 2 of the student balcony. And so once again, students and teachers can come and discuss their latest topics of discussion. So if they just got out of chemistry class and the teacher wants an overview of the class, we can talk about it in here. And once again, here you see the Matrix University Virtual Reality Campus logo. See the pyramids. You see the pharaoh with Anubis. You see the chief. You see the spaceships, the Ankh, the pyramids of Mesoamerica, NASA. And that's a beautiful logo right there. Overall theme of the Matrix University, making education fun again, making education cool again. So let's say we just got out of science class and we want to discuss a frog or the planets or the skeletal system. We simply go into our menu bar, click the spawnables, and let's say we're in microbiology or a dissection. So we want to dissect a frog, or let's say a pig. Let's say there any props? We already have chairs. So let's see what we can add here. So these are spawnables that you can morph into your environment and basically talk to the students about anything. For example, let's say we wanted to pop up an image that we were discussing. We would go to the table and assign the image for the students. So right there, if we're talking about the Olmec architecture of San Lorenzo, for example. And so right here in a 3D model, we can educate students. You can do presentations if you wanted to speak about the Moors and morph in an actual JPEG photo in your classroom or your campus. We can do right here. So let's say the pig. Let's focus on the pig. So right here, we can put the pig right here for the students to learn about. The pig can grow at size. And then this shows the pig's systems. So right here with the click of a button, we're talking about dissection at a whole nother level, y'all. And this is gamification of education. This makes education fun again. So right here, let's say the frog. Students need to learn about the frog. We simply rotate it. And let's say we want to make the frog bigger. Real time. And then right there, we open up the frog. New Meta World coming soon. If you need your Meta World's design, holla at the Matrix University, baby. We're building our own platform. This is a preview of the new Meta World coming soon as well, in development. And as always, as we start closing it out, I'm going to end it with one of these videos that they took off years ago that we found on YouTube. And then I'll end it with a lecture. Once again, it's been a 5-hour episode going live. And start digging more in the craze. Start digging more in the knowledge. And remember, thematrixuniversity.com. And here's one of the lectures. It's evidence that our ancestors left for the day that when we woke up, we can have proof. There's no argument anymore. So that was just a small example of how many people of all various backgrounds come and hear me speak. And this is a song we did, Dead Presidents, as we close out the show.
A new morning in America. Fresh, vital. The old cynicism is gone. We have faith in our leaders.
My sister, I know you've been reading the Bible, but as long as we say lay it up, the wicked going to keep it. But God says it's time for us to tell that money, you don't belong to the wicked. You belong to us. And I want you to get in the right place. Money coming to me now.
No limits.
It figures it would be something.
It's the collapse of the American economy as we know it. Money, money, chasing Elm Street, master of the universe. Let's go! Niggas lose their soul over dead presidents. Dead presidents. Dead presidents. Bitches lose their soul over dead presidents. Dead presidents. Dead presidents. George Washington used to own slaves. He used to rape my grandmother back in the day. Ruled by a beast that comes from a cave. Hang you from a tree if you don't obey. On the back of the $1 bill, I see a pyramid. All seeing I make a nigga go delirious. Dog, I am a superstar. I'm so serious. Revolution about to get bloody. Period. Let me tell you something that they don't want you to know. We are not alone. I believe in UFOs. They stole all our land and they stole all our gold. Now they lock us in their prison. It's a business, don't you know? Cause niggas lose their soul over dead presidents. Dead presidents. Dead presidents. Bitches lose their soul over dead presidents. Dead presidents. Dead presidents. Benjamin Franklin was a diplomat. He was not a president. How did he do that? His face on $100 bill. That's a fact. Vampires, blood drinking, sacrifices, eating rat. Bitch will sell her soul for the love, for the money. Get pimp dance on the poultry on the corner for the 100. Good girl gone, that lost in the matrix, looking bummy. She used to be a queen, but gave away all the honey. He a gangster, he a thug, he a neighborhood D-boy. He got hot by the cops. Now he's snitching on his homeboys.
He's a gangster, he's a thug, he's a neighborhood D-boy. He got hot by the cops. Now he's snitching on his homeboys.
Niggas lose their soul over dead presidents. Dead presidents. Dead presidents. Bitches lose their soul over dead presidents. Dead presidents. Dead presidents. If you poppin' bottles, scream dead presidents. Dead presidents. Dead presidents. If you rockin' in the club, scream dead presidents. Dead presidents. Dead presidents. If you ever been to jail, scream dead presidents. Dead presidents. Dead presidents. If you ever been to church, scream dead dead presidents. If you ever been to work, scream dead presidents. 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 Dead presidents.
Look here, man. Now that you've been out the joint about 2 weeks, don't you think it's about time you gave me my money?
I told you I ain't had your money yet, man.
Fuck you mean you ain't got my money yet?
Chasing